Chapter 930. Seeing Lin Tian nod in agreement, little Yi Tong became very happy. He immediately jumped up and ran in circles around Lin Tian. After a few circles, he seemed to have remembered something. He ran in front of Lin Tian and knelt down. "Greetings, master." The little guy was more knowledgeable and knew that he had to salute. At this time his expression was very serious. However, he was still young and his cheeks were tender. When he was serious, his chubby little face looked quite cute. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He rubbed the little guy's head and pulled him up. The little guy chuckled and grabbed Lin Tian's trousers. Then he raised his little head and looked at Whooshing Crocodile. After a pause, he called out crisply, "Hello, Uncle Crocodile." The little guy remembered that Whooshing Crocodile had spoken up for him just now. "Io, you're not a pet anymore." Whooshing Crocodile bared his teeth. Little Yi Tong's little face suddenly turned slightly red. He was a little embarrassed. However, he was still a child. His face turned red for only a moment. Soon he smiled again. "Okay, let's go. We'll find a hidden place." Lin Tiandao, with little Yi Tong in tow, he continued to walk in the direction of the Yi clan. Not long after, they found a cave and entered it. The mountain cave wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was about 10 square meters. After Lin Tian entered, he directly took out a medicine cauldron from his stone ring. "Master, what are you doing?" Little Yi Tong asked. "I'm refining pills for you." Lin Tiandao. Little Yi Tong was only 5 years old. He was still young. If he really started cultivating at this age, it wouldn't be very suitable. After all, the meridians and bones of a 5-year-old child's body were too tender to withstand cultivation. Even if there were ordinary treasures of heaven and earth to nourish the body, the effect was still very limited. This was because a child's body had a poor ability to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Even if there were experts of the older generation helping to sort out, the effect wouldn't be ideal. Of course, the experts of the older generation referred to those below the Nirvana realm. If there were experts above the Nirvana realm or even emperor-level experts helping to sort out the flesh and meridians and bones, it would be a different story. If there were experts above the Nirvana realm helping to sort out the flesh and meridians and bones, even if there were no treasures of heaven and earth, it would have a miraculous effect. A 3-year-old child could directly embark on the path of cultivation without any difficulty. Lin Tian hadn't reached the Nirvana realm yet, so he didn't have the powerful divine power of experts of that level. However, he had the master apothecary's pharmacopoeia. There was a kind of bowdan called body-shaping and bone-shedding pill. It was a 6th grade peak bowdan. It was difficult to refine, but it had a miraculous effect when used to improve the physique of young children. It could integrate into the child's flesh and meridians and refine the child's flesh and meridians and bones on its own. It could achieve the same effect as an expert above the Nirvana realm helping to sort out the flesh and meridians and bones. During the year he spent in the first heaven, his alchemy skills had reached the 6th grade level, which was enough for him to refine this kind of bowdan. He asked little Yi Tong to stay by his side. Light flashed in his right hand as he took out precious materials one after another and placed them into the cauldron. He adjusted the alchemy fire with his divine power, causing the materials to slowly melt and extract their essence. Buzz! The golden divine light outside his body flickered and became stronger, causing the alchemy fire in the cauldron to become stronger as well. He didn't want to take in a disciple because he was afraid of trouble. However, since he had taken her in, he would do his best to let his disciple walk on the perfect starting line. He controlled the alchemy fire and refined the bowdan again and again. He didn't stop until 10 hours had passed. At this time, the alchemy fire was extinguished, and a thumb-sized bowdan floated in the cauldron. Circles of light mist intertwined around the pill, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Little Yi Tong stood to the side, his big eyes blinking as he stared curiously at the bowdan. "It's so beautiful." Lin Tian chuckled. With a wave of his hand, he took out the body-shaping and bone-shedding pill and handed it to little Yi Tong. "Open your mouth and swallow it," he said. Little Yi Tong's eyes sparkled. "Master, is this really for me?" "Of course it's real. Why would I lie to you?" Lin Tian scolded jokingly. Little Yi Tong immediately became happier. He hurriedly nodded, opened his mouth, and swallowed the body-shaping and bone-shedding pill in Lin Tian's hand. "Sit down. Your body will be very itchy later, and it will hurt a little. Don't move around." Lin Tian ondao. Little Yi Tong hurriedly sat down, and his little face quickly turned red. The Baodan had begun to take effect, causing his young body to tremble slightly, as if he was in great pain. However, the little guy was very obedient to Lin Tian's words. Despite the pain and itchiness all over his body, he still clenched his teeth and sat on the ground motionlessly, even though sweat was already dripping down his forehead. Lin Tian saw this scene and smiled slightly. At the same time, he nodded in his heart, very satisfied with the little guy's temperament. In the blink of an eye, a full hour passed. At this time, little Yi Tong's tightly clenched teeth finally relaxed. A layer of black sticky substance appeared on the surface of his body, emitting a faint stench. This gave the little guy a fright, but he was still calm. He sniffled and looked up at Lin Tian. "It's okay. This is the impurities in your body. They've been expelled now," Lin Tian said with a smile. He raised his hand, and golden divine power gushed out, enveloping the little fellow and removing all the black sticky substance from the little fellow's body. At the same time, he used his divine power to create a water source to wash the little fellow's body and clothes. Immediately, the little guy became bright again. His little face became even paler, and there was a faint light intertwining on the surface of his body. The little guy clapped his hands, clenched his paws, blinked, then stood up and jumped up. His already bright eyes became even brighter. He actually ran to the side of the cave and lifted up a large rock that was close to 100 kilograms. This shocked the whooshing crocodile. One must know that for a 5-year-old child, a rock that was close to 100 kilograms was almost as heavy as a star. But now, the 5-year-old little Yi Tong was actually able to lift such a heavy rock. The effects of your Baodan are really amazing. It looked at Lin Tian ondao. Lin Tian nodded and said with a smile, "Of course. After all, it's something from the medicine encyclopedia. It was created by one of the 9 people." "That's true." The whooshing crocodile nodded. Which of the 9 great celestial lords wasn't an earth-shattering person? The medicine lord was one of the 9 great celestial lords. The pill formula that he created naturally had divine power that far surpassed that of an ordinary Baodan. With a bang, little Yi Tong threw down the large rock that he had lifted up and ran back to Lin Tian's side. He looked up at Lin Tian and said happily, Master, I feel that my strength has increased by a lot." Lin Tian smiled and said again, telling little Yi Tong to stand still. Then, a ray of divine light floated out from between his eyebrows and quickly entered little Yi Tong's forehead. The little guy was immediately enveloped by a faint divine light. At this time, he sent the Sun Heart Sutra into little Yi Tong's mind. At the same time, he helped little Yi Tong circulate it for the first time so that his body could memorize this ancient scripture. Because the little guy had the yang eye, among all the ancient scriptures that he knew, the Sun Heart Sutra was undoubtedly the most suitable for the little guy. At this time, he used his divine power to help the little guy circulate the Sun Heart Sutra temporarily. This caused the little guy's essence, energy, and spirit to begin to rise bit by bit. After more than an hour, he finally stopped. Oh, the 3rd layer of body refinement. At the side, the whooshing crocodile muttered. Lin Tian used the body reshaping and bone-shedding pill to reconstruct the little guy's flesh and bones, allowing the little guy to perfectly step onto the path of cultivation. Then he passed down the Sun Heart Sutra to help the little guy circulate and cultivate, allowing the little guy to directly reach the 3rd layer of body refinement. Little Yi Tong blinked his large eyes. He felt that his body was more relaxed, and he felt that he had more strength. He excitedly said to Lin Tiandao, Master, Master, I feel that I'm different. Also, there's something moving in my head. Lin Tian nodded. This is the Sun Heart Sutra. As he spoke, he looked at little Yi Tong. His expression became much more serious, even a little strict, as he instructed, Remember, you are not allowed to mention this cultivation technique to anyone, not even your parents. You are not allowed to reveal a single word of this cultivation technique. Understand? The Sun Heart Sutra was a supreme ancient cultivation technique created by the solar celestial venerable. It was too precious, its value far surpassing that of the primal chaos heavenly treasure. If it was leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at Lin Tian's serious face, little Yi Tong shrunk her neck. Then she repeatedly nodded and said, Yi Tong will not tell anyone, not even father or mother. Lin Tianyi smiled. After nodding, he rubbed the little guy's head again. Let's go, I'll send you home. He said to little Yi Tong, For now, Master will only teach you the technique and not other arts. Once you have cultivated to a certain level, Master will personally look for you and teach you the divine arts that you can use in battle. He put away the medicinal cauldron and brought the little guy out of the cave. They walked along the northern direction at a steady pace. He had always been walking, looking at the white clouds, the mountains, the vegetation, and the rivers. It could be considered as cultivating his state of mind. Just like that, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, he brought little Yi Tong to a huge mansion. As far as the eye could see, there were many pavilions and pavilions in the mansion. There was an extraordinary spiritual qi intertwined within, and the plaque in front of the main entrance was engraved with the word Yi. Master, that's my home. Little Yi Tong pointed ahead and said. Lin Tian nodded and pulled little Yi Tong towards the Yi family in front. The Yi family had an extraordinary aura, but at this time the mansion was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. From time to time, anxious people would rush out, as if they were urgently searching for something. Lin Tianji could roughly deduce some things at a glance. The Yi family must be looking for little Yi Tong. Judging from the situation, the little guy's status in the Yi family was definitely not ordinary. His parents must be direct members of the Yi family, and they must be of high status in the family. Let's go. He pulled little Yi Tong and walked at a steady pace. Soon, they arrived at the Yi family's main entrance. A few disciples of the Yi family who were guarding the entrance were about to step forward to inquire, but in the next moment their expressions changed. They saw Lin Tian pulling little Yi Tong along. Young master! One of the disciples of the Yi family exclaimed. Chapter 931. Seeing that Lin Tian was holding little Yi Tong's hand, the Yi family disciples guarding the entrance were overjoyed. Little master, you're finally back. Master Yi Qing and Master Qin Lin are both worried sick. One of the Yi family disciples said. Lin Tian was holding little Yi Tong's hand. Hearing this, he could roughly guess who the Yi Qing and Qin Lin were. They were little Yi Tong's father and mother respectively. Sure enough, little Yi Tong's eyes lit up a little at this time. She subconsciously muttered, Daddy, Mommy. The few Yi family disciples who were guarding the gate nodded. Then, their gazes suddenly landed on Lin Tian. Little master, this is? One of them asked. Seeing that Lin Tian was holding little Yi Tong's hand, they naturally couldn't help but ask this question. Little Yi Tong hurriedly nodded and happily introduced, This is my master! Saying so, the little guy blinked his eyes and looked at the Yi family disciples guarding the entrance, asking, Can I bring my master in now? The Yi family disciples were originally looking at Lin Tian suspiciously, but when they heard little Yi Tong's words, they immediately reacted. The missing little master had returned, but they were still asking questions outside the door. Little master, please come in. You don't need to ask for our permission. I'll go and report to little master that you're back. A Yi clan disciple said with a smile. Obviously, he was quite fond of the little fellow. After he finished speaking, He hurriedly ran into the Yi clan. At the same time, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Young Master Yi Tong is back!" Instantly, many people in the Yi clan residence were moved. "Master, master, shall we go in?" Little Yi Tong looked up at Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and pulled little Yi Tong into the Yi family. The Yi family disciples didn't stop them. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian entered the Yi clan. As far as the eye could see, the Yi clan was filled with pavilions. There were also quite a number of wondrous stones and immortal plants. Strands of spiritual light interweaved, causing the Yi clan to appear extraordinary. "Tonger!" A voice mixed with worry, eagerness, and joy sounded. A woman ran out from the Yi family. The woman's face was delicate and pretty, and her bearing was very dignified. Next to her was a slender, middle-aged man. He also had a look of eagerness, but not as strong as the woman's. "Tonger!" A man and a woman walked out. When she saw Lin Tian pulling little Yi Tong, the woman ran over even faster. Lin Tian released little Yi Tong at the right time, and the little fellow ran over. "Mother, it's good that you're back," the woman hurriedly said. The man also followed beside them with a gentle and doting smile on his face. An old servant followed behind the man and woman, but his cultivation wasn't bad. At this time he also let out a sigh of relief. "Little young master, where did you go?" "You made Lord Yi Qing and Lord Qin Lin worried sick." Little Yi Tong was a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, Uncle Hu. I went out to play and got lost." Saying this, the little guy blinked his eyes and looked at Qin Lin and Yi Qing. He whispered, "Sorry, mother." "Sorry, father." "Don't worry, it's good that you're back." Qin Lin patted the little guy's back. She loved her child very much. So how could she blame him at a time like this? At this time, many people in the Yi family had also gathered. The heavy atmosphere in the Yi family disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian knew that the man was Yi Tong and the woman was Qin Lin. They were Yi Tong's parents. At the same time, through the discussion of the old servant beside Yi Qing and Qin Lin and the normal disciples of the Yi family, he figured out Yi Qing's identity. He was actually the younger brother of the current head of the Yi family and was ranked second in the direct line of descent of the Yi family. "Little young master, don't run off again in the future. You worried us to death." That's right. Many normal disciples of the Yi family came over with smiles on their faces. They all liked the little guy very much. Lin Tiantan looked at little Yi Tong with a smile. It seemed like the little guy was still very popular in the Yi family. But, thinking about it, although the little guy was very naughty, he was also very cute and knew how to respect people. For example, before, even though he was the young master of the Yi family, when he wanted to enter the Yi family's main gate, he would first ask the disciples if he could enter. He was also very polite to the disciples. So, how could he not be liked? Little Yi Tong was a bit embarrassed at this time, but then she immediately remembered something and ran away from Qin Lin to Lin Tian's side. She pulled Lin Tian over and happily introduced him to Qin Lin and Yi Tong. "Mom, Dad, this is Yi Tong's master." "Master?" Yi Qing and Qin Lin looked at Lin Tian. Both were a bit surprised. At the same time, the other Yi family disciples all looked at Lin Tian. They were also a bit confused. Their young master had disappeared for so many days, yet he brought back a master? Master? Where did this master come from? Could it be that just anyone can be the master of a disciple of the Yi family? At this time, an indifferent female voice sounded. Not far away, a beautiful middle-aged woman walked by. She wore a gold hairpin and had a cold expression. Behind her was an 11 or 12-year-old boy. He wore a purple robe and had a very cold expression. The Yi family disciples all looked over, and many of them hurriedly bowed, because this middle-aged woman was the wife of the head of the Yi family and also had other special identities, so they didn't dare to slight her. "Hello, big sister," Qin Lin greeted with a smile. The middle-aged woman replied indifferently with an and then she glanced at Lin Tian before she said to Qin Lin, "Second sister, take care of your child. The status of a direct descendant of my Yi clan can be considered to be extraordinary, so don't allow him to be deceived into becoming a disciple of some dubious person and then use the name of my Yi clan to throw his weight around and even do some shady things. That wouldn't be good." Qin Lin forced a smile and said to the middle-aged woman, "Big sister, you must be joking." As she spoke, Qin Lin looked at Lin Tian and then said to the middle-aged woman, "From what I can see, this little brother doesn't seem like such a person. Although he is young, his temperament is extraordinary, so he should be very powerful. He definitely isn't a swindler. Big sister, you worry too much." Little Yi Tong also spoke at this time and said to the middle-aged woman, "Auntie, don't speak ill of Master. Master is very powerful. Many people can't beat Master." As she spoke, little Yi Tong's big eyes lit up. Clearly, she was recalling the scene of Lin Tian easily defeating many powerful people. Then the little girl seemed to have thought of something, and her big eyes lit up even more. She said, "Also, Master said that I have the Yang Eye. It's a very, very powerful eye." "What? Yang Eye?" Hearing this, everyone in the Yi family changed expressions. Many people stared straight at little Yi Tong. Yang Eye, that was the legendary divine eye. Yi Qing and Qin Lin hurriedly looked at Lin Tian. "Little brother, may I ask if what our son said is true?" Lin Tian had a good impression of Qin Lin and her husband, especially Qin Lin, and nodded slightly at them. This immediately made the Yi family even more shocked. This young master really has the Yang Eye. That's the legendary divine eye. It has great power. Many of the Yi family disciples were shocked. In the distance, the middle-aged woman snorted, "Yang Eye? Do you think that kind of divine eye can be obtained so easily? Even if it is, how can ordinary people see through it?" She stared at Lin Tian and said, "I think this is most likely a swindler." Next to Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile was a little unhappy. "Oh my God, you ugly woman, are you looking for trouble?" The middle-aged woman's face suddenly darkened. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the voice. After seeing that it was Wuxing Crocodile, her face became even darker. She said in a cold voice, "A demon actually dares to step into the Yi family so casually and humiliate me. Where is the dignity of the Yi family?" As she spoke, her voice became a little louder. "Men, throw him out!" Hearing this, Wuxing Crocodile was even more upset. "Damn you, are you really looking for trouble? Do you believe that Lord Crocodile will send you flying in the sky with one claw?" At the same time, Yi Tong was also a little anxious. She looked at the middle-aged woman and said, "Auntie, don't be like this. Uncle Crocodile is a good person. A demon is a demon. What do you know about being a good person?" The middle-aged woman reprimanded. Wuxing Crocodile immediately gritted his teeth. A five-colored light flashed behind him, and a faint demon aura intertwined. "Forget it." Lin Tian spoke at this time. He saw that Wuxing Crocodile wanted to make a move, so he stopped it. After all, this was little Yi Tong's home. It was not good to cause trouble here. After that, he looked at little Yi Tong, who was beside him, and rubbed the little fellow's head. He smiled and said, "Little fellow, I'm leaving. Cultivate well. When you become stronger, Master will personally come and look for you." "Master, don't go. My house is very big. Can you stay at my house?" Little Yi Tong heard that Lin Tian was going to leave, and her face was full of reluctance. Yi Qing and Qin Lin also came forward to persuade Lin Tian to stay. They were very polite and invited him to rest in the Yi family. He could even stay for a long time. "No need, I still have something to do." Lin Tian shook his head. He only wanted to send the little one back. He did not want to have anything to do with the other members of the Yi family, so he politely rejected Yi Qing and Qin Lin's good intentions. Then he looked at little Yi Tong, said goodbye to little Yi Tong again, and walked out of the Yi family without looking back. Little Yi Tong ran to the Yi family door and shouted at Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile, who had already walked out of the Yi family. Master, Uncle Crocodile, Yi Tong will definitely cultivate well. When I become stronger in the future, I will go out and find you. The little one's voice was crisp and clear. Even if she was shouting, it was still the same. There was a hint of childishness in her voice, and it was very cute. Lin Tian waved his hand with his back facing the little one, then walked away. Little one, work hard to cultivate your yang ai to Desheng, Wuxing Crocodile said to the little one, then followed Lin Tianyi into the distance. Inside the Yi family, Yi Qing and Qin Lin watched Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile leave. Then their eyes fell on little Yi Tong again. Their eyes were intertwined with light. Although I think what the little brother said is true, we still have to ask the ancestor to come out and see if Tonger really has the Yanai. This is a big matter, Yi Qing said in a deep voice, his eyes full of excitement. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile left the Yi family and quickly crossed dozens of miles. They could no longer see the Yi family's land. Lin Tian was still the same as before, walking in the old forest and mountains, cultivating his mind. He looked at the mountains, the water, the clouds, and the grass. The breath on his body became more and more peaceful, more and more like a mortal. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. On this day, a man and a crocodile climbed over a few mountains and crossed a few large rivers. Suddenly, a vast wasteland appeared in front of them. It was full of withered shrubs. Deeper in the wasteland, there were large stones that looked like tombstones. Wisps of black mist lingered around those large stones, giving people a gloomy feeling. Desolate god mausoleum. Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but stare and grit his teeth. Damn, unknowingly, how did we come to this broken place? P.S. Second update is around 8 p.m. Chapter 932. Lin Tian was also looking at the wasteland ahead. Listening to Wuxing Crocodile's words, he couldn't help but repeat, desolate god mausoleum. He looked at the wasteland. Wisps of black mist floated in the air. Even the sky was shrouded in a layer of haze. This is a demonic land in the sixth heaven. Rumor has it that it's the cemetery of the gods. I don't know how long it has existed. It's very evil. Many powerhouses in the Enlightenment realm have died here. Even Nirvana realm powerhouses have been buried here. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. Even Nirvana realm powerhouses have been buried here? From the sound of it, this place was indeed very dangerous. The cemetery of the gods. He whispered to himself, squinting slightly as he stared at the desolate god mausoleum. Looking from a distance, the large stones inside sank into the soil. They really looked like tombstones, making the wasteland look quite like a cemetery. Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Wuxing Crocodile immediately opened his mouth and said, Kid, Grandpa Crocodile will say it first. Don't run inside. It's very dangerous. Lin Tian glanced at it. I didn't say I was going to. Buzz! Suddenly, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness moved slightly. Strands of seven-colored divine light intertwined and swayed in his sea of consciousness, pointing straight to the desolate god mausoleum. Lin Tian's body suddenly trembled slightly. His eyes immediately intertwined with light as he stared straight into the depths of the desolate god mausoleum. At this time, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled, and the seven-colored divine light pointed to the desolate god mausoleum. This situation was too familiar. There are sword soul fragments in the desolate god mausoleum. It's really fate to come here randomly. Now I have to go in even if I don't want to, he said to himself. With that said, he looked at Wuxing Crocodile and saw Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widen, staring straight at him. Kid, don't court death. Even if you kill me, Grandpa Crocodile will not go in and suffer. Wuxing Crocodile said directly, Lin Tian, isn't it just a small demonic land? What's the big deal? We've even broken through the extreme Yin temple. Why would we be afraid of a mere desolate god mausoleum? He said. Whooshing crocodile scolded. What do you mean by even extreme een temple? What kind of breakthrough is that? If it wasn't for that strange sarcophagus suddenly flying in and breaking a hole in the heavenly palace of death, you probably wouldn't even be a speck of dust now. Lin Tian, he glanced at Whooshing Crocodile, then looked at the desolate god mausoleum in front of him and said, In short, I want to go in. There is something I need inside. There was no doubt that there was a sword soul fragment in the panicked divine mausoleum. Since he had discovered it, he naturally had to go in and retrieve it. After he finished speaking, he directly stepped into the desolate god mausoleum. If you're scared, wait for me outside, he said to Whooshing Crocodile. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and directly stepped into the desolate god mausoleum. Seeing this scene, Whooshing Crocodile immediately scolded, What the F***CK am I scared of? It cursed, but in the end it still flapped its 5-colored wings and followed Lin Tian in. At this time, Lin Tian had already walked more than 100 feet into the desolate god mausoleum. Seeing that Whooshing Crocodile had followed him, he couldn't help but laugh. You're laughing at me. Whooshing Crocodile cursed. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. You're already in. What are you cursing for? He said, Since ancient times, misfortune and fortune have been intertwined. This area is very dangerous, but at the same time, it must be accompanied by many opportunities. You have to think positively. Who knows, you might accidentally dig out a complete divine vein or find a complete divine medicine. Whooshing Crocodile naturally knew that Lin Tian was deliberately painting a big picture for it. It immediately said in a bad mood, Get lost! Lin Tian rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. He walked along the wasteland full of bushes and walked into the depths of the desolate god mausoleum. Walking in the desolate god mausoleum, the ground was black, the air was a little humid, and the ground was full of black gravel. Soon he had walked a few 100 feet deep. He suddenly felt that the temperature in the air had become much colder. Whoosh! A black tornado appeared, rolling from the front of the desolate god mausoleum. It brought with it strands of black mist, causing a black sand to suddenly roll up in this space, causing the air to become even colder. Faintly, there was a whimpering sound echoing in the black tornado, which was very scary. Damn, I just came in, and I already encountered something dirty. Whooshing Crocodile stared at the black tornado and cursed. It's just a few small monsters. What are you afraid of? Lin Tian was speechless. As he spoke, he flicked his finger. A few golden divine lights flew out and entered the black tornado in front of him. Suddenly, the black tornado was shattered. At the same time, ear-piercing screams came out from it. A few evil creatures covered in green beast fur rolled on the ground. They twitched a few times and then stopped moving. It was obvious that they were completely dead and couldn't move anymore. Lin Tian casually glanced at them. His pace did not change. He stepped on the black ground and continued to walk into the depths of the desolate god mausoleum. Kid, the path we came from is gone. The 5 elements crocodile suddenly opened his mouth and stared behind him. Lin Tian turned around. They had only walked a few 100 feet, but when he looked back, all he saw was a vast expanse of red land. He couldn't see the end of it. He stared at it for a dozen breaths. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread. With a gentle shake, the red land disappeared, and the scene of the path they came from appeared again. He could clearly see a large mountain outside the desolate god mausoleum with lush vegetation. It's a kind of domain formed by the fluctuations of the earth veins. It causes visual errors or illusions. It's not a big deal, he said. As his cultivation grew stronger, his control of the dragon burial scripture became more proficient. He could easily break this kind of earth veins domain. Whooshing Crocodile looked at this scene and curled his lips. What a useful ancient scripture. Lin Tian smiled, turned around, and continued to walk deeper. He slowed down because this was a forbidden area. He couldn't be too careless in the process of going deeper. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed. At this time, he and Whooshing Crocodile walked further. There were more tombstone-like rocks around them. Kid, Lord Crocodile will tell you first. Don't think that these rocks just look like tombstones. Many of them have real evil corpses under them. They won't decay. If they rush out, it will be fun. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tianwei was slightly moved. There are corpses under these rocks. Whooshing Crocodile squinted at him. This is called the Desolate God Mausoleum. Since it has the word mausoleum, there will naturally be corpses. As it spoke, it stared at the tombstone-like rocks around it and said, When Lord Crocodile had just entered the Enlightenment realm, I came here and saw a few corpses step out from under the rocks. Each of them was like Nirvana Ghost Sage. They tore apart an old man at the third sky of Enlightenment realm and swallowed him alive. Not even his bones were left. Lin Tian opened his mouth and looked at the tombstone-like rocks around him again. He suddenly felt a little strange. Those corpses you were talking about, were they deliberately buried here back then? And these tombstone-like rocks, could it be that they were originally tombstones, but they were not engraved with inscriptions? He was a little surprised. You are not the first person to say so. Predecessors have thought so for a long time, but it's just a guess. No one can say for sure because this place has existed for too long. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian frowned, but he didn't think too much about it. He shook his head and continued to walk deeper into the mausoleum. At this time, he was more cautious than before. He operated the dragon burial scripture. With every step, dragon patterns spread out from the soles of his feet. They quickly sank into the ground to explore the surrounding terrain. Very quickly, a quarter of an hour had passed, and he and the 5 Elements alligator had walked very far away. The number of stone tablets in the surroundings had increased, and the air had become even colder. Even the black mist floating in the air had increased by a lot. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. It was a little harsh in this silent, desolate god mausoleum. Lin Tian stopped immediately. His eyes flashed with a golden light as he looked at the tombstones around him. Whooshing Crocodile naturally heard this crisp sound. Like Lin Tian, he looked at the tombstones around him. Then, in the next moment, the tombstones suddenly shook. The ground also shook as if an earthquake had happened. Black Yin Qi emerged from the ground, causing the space to become even colder in the blink of an eye. Damn it, we can't be so unlucky, right? Are all the old corpses under the tombstones going to jump out at this time? Whooshing Crocodile's heart skipped a beat. The golden light in Lin Tian's eyes became even stronger. It's obvious. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground started to tremble even more violently. The steel started to sway, and more death chi rushed out from the ground. Then the steel started to collapse one after another, and corpses started to stand up one after another. Woo! For a moment, the black wind howled angrily. A human and a demon were surrounded by densely packed corpses in the blink of an eye. The clothes on these corpses had not completely decayed. They were very ancient, and the death aura they emitted was very terrifying. It was as if they wanted to drown everything. They directly pounced on Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile. There were at least 100 of them. Why did so many of them appear at once? Damn it! Whooshing Crocodile cursed. He did not hold back at all. He directly propped up the Great 5 Elements art and swept it towards the ancient corpses. Its Great 5 Elements art was very powerful. After using it with its current cultivation, it was enough to easily kill a powerhouse in the 9th heaven of the Great Path. However, when it landed on these ancient corpses, it sputtered out sparks of light. Lin Tian was a little shocked. Of course, although he was shocked, he did not just stand by and watch. At this time, he also made his move. He used the Divination Divine art to evolve many magical powers. Like a destructive flood, he flooded the ancient corpses. At the same time, He slashed down a dense, towering heaven's sword aura. However, the result surprised him again. The magical powers and towering heaven's sword aura that he activated with the divination divine art were very terrifying. However, like whooshing crocodile's great 5 elements art, it was difficult to cause any substantial damage to these ancient corpses. Woo! The death aura surged. More tombstones fell, and more ancient corpses rushed up. In the blink of an eye, they gathered into a corpse tide. There were even strange corpses with wings that flew into the sky and pounced on the human and crocodile from the sky. Chapter 933. Densely packed ancient corpses crawled out, and there were even some old corpses with wings that leaped into the air and pounced over. Every ancient corpse was extremely terrifying, which truly moved Lin Tian. This scene was truly a little terrifying. Damn it, this is really too much. Whooshing crocodile cursed. Stop howling. Lin Tian Ondao. His expression was solemn, but there was no fear on his face. He directly propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory, and the divine aura was immediately vast and mighty, causing the ancient corpses that were charging forward to stop. However, this was only for a moment. In the next moment, the ancient corpses pounced over again, and the aura of death pressed down on the human and crocodile like a huge wave. Lin Tian's mind moved, and the reincarnation diagram instantly enlarged and spiraled majestically. At the same time, he did not dare to be careless. He also propped up the Great Path Order and merged it with the reincarnation diagram above his head, forming the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely tyrannical divine aura surged, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart, and sent a large number of ancient corpses flying. Whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. Brat, what exactly is this diagram? It's so valiant. Each time it saw Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram, it would be shocked. This was especially so after Lin Tian fused with the laws of the Great Tao. Stop talking, let's go. Lin Tian said in a low voice. At this time he was already using all his strength to open up a path with the Great Tao reincarnation diagram. He forcefully opened up a path in the horde of corpses, grabbed the 5 elements crocodile's tail, stepped on the 5th layer of Yin and Yang Lai, and directly stepped out of the horde of corpses. Roar! The corpses roared, and the mist of death rolled and shook the sky. As far as the eye could see, the sky was completely covered by the black fog. It was as if the Milky Way of death was pressing down. The sky was completely invisible, causing Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile to feel their scalps go numb. Not daring to hesitate, Lin Tian used the Great Tao reincarnation diagram to support himself and shook away the few winged ancient corpses that pounced over. He and the Whooshing Crocodile rushed forward at lightning speed, and only after several dozen breaths did they manage to shake off the horde of corpses. Mother of ***, what a pain! Lord Crocodile's reputation was almost devoured by a group of old corpses. Whooshing Crocodile cursed. Lin Tian glanced at it, but didn't say anything. At this moment, he was already very far away from the place he was at earlier. He had entered a deeper part of the desolate god mausoleum. Looking around, there were still stone tablets scattered around. Moreover, there were some dead trees on the ground, and the air seemed even colder. At this time, staring at these stone tablets again, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel his scalp go cold. The ancient corpses that crawled out from under the stone tablets just now were too terrifying. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread and intertwined around him. His pace forward became slower, and his expression was cautious. The air in the desolate god mausoleum was cold, and the space was very dim. Lin Tian walked in front, and the dragon patterns spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, he and the Whooshing Crocodile had crossed a great distance again. Around them, there were more dead trees. The branches were scarlet red, as if they were dyed with blood. It looked a little horrifying. Next to these dead trees, there were several stone tablets, and they were taller than the ones outside. Lin Tian moved forward cautiously. Not long after, 9 bloodwood coffins suddenly appeared in front of him. They were leaning against 9 withered old trees. It was hard to tell how long they had existed. The lid of one of the coffins was even a little damaged. There was a thick black fog rolling inside, and it was difficult to see through it with divine sense. "Kid, be careful. There must be a big guy in these 9 coffins." Whooshing Crocodile whispered. Lin Tian naturally understood this point. He nodded secretly, and his pace became slower. His footsteps were silent as he walked forward. Soon he was about to walk past the area where the 9 coffins were located. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. He tilted his head and looked at the position of one of the coffins. Under the old wood behind the coffin, black een mist interweaved, and there were strands of special light flickering within it. It was actually a stone sword, and its body was covered with dense runes and seals. It emitted an extremely powerful aura of slaughter. Looking at the stone sword, Lin Tian suddenly stopped moving forward. His eyes flashed with a bright light. "Kid, why did you stop?" Whooshing Crocodile asked in a low voice. Seeing Lin Tian staring at something, he tilted his head and looked over. Then his expression changed, and his eyes were filled with excitement. "A natural divine weapon. It's definitely a high-grade divine weapon. Heaven and earth were the most mysterious. Nothing could suppress heaven and earth. It could nurture all kinds of things like spirit veins, divine medicines, treasure plants, weapons, and so on." At this time, the stone sword under the dead tree was naturally nurtured. The patterns on it were extremely extraordinary. They were natural marks, far surpassing ordinary marks. They possessed extremely shocking divine power. "Kid, bring it over." Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian nodded. Naturally, Whooshing Crocodile didn't need to say more. This was a naturally nurtured, high-grade, divine weapon stone sword. Its value was unimaginable. He stared at the stone sword and approached it carefully. Soon he was within a few feet of the divine weapon stone sword. Clang! Suddenly, the stone sword vibrated by itself. Streaks of black sword light surged out. Lin Tian was shocked. He felt a great threat and hurriedly dodged. He stepped on the yin and yang row to avoid the black sword light. Ka! Behind him, wherever the black sword light passed, the space collapsed inch by inch. Spatial turbulence poured out. It was extremely terrifying. This caused him to be shocked. This was only a sword ray that was casually vibrated by the stone sword. Yet it actually possessed such power. Just how strong was its true power? It was probably enough to be called a king below the divine weapon. At this time, he stared at the stone sword under the old tree. The light in his eyes grew brighter. He propped up the reincarnation diagram. At the same time, he activated the weapon control technique and stepped toward the stone sword even more carefully. Clang! The stone sword vibrated again, and more sword light rushed out. Lin Tian blocked with the reincarnation diagram and used the weapon control technique to interfere with the stone sword. After a while, he finally got close to the stone sword. The golden divine light in his right hand was extremely dazzling. He grabbed the hilt of the stone sword. The stone sword vibrated violently as if it had its own consciousness. It resisted Lin Tian, and an even more shocking sword rippled out. For a moment, Lin Tianji felt a piercing pain in his hand that was holding the sword hilt. It was as if it would shatter in the next moment. He gritted his teeth and activated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster. The golden divine light in his right hand became even more dazzling, enveloping the entire stone sword. Immediately after, he activated the weapon controlling technique to its limits. After more than 20 breaths, the stone sword finally calmed down. It no longer resisted and trembled as he pulled it out of the ground inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, he pulled out the entire stone sword. The sword was 5 inches long, and it was covered with all kinds of mysterious natural marks. It had an extremely shocking, murderous aura, as if it had killed tens of thousands of creatures. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. At this moment he was holding the stone sword. He could clearly feel its power. There were not many weapons below the sacred weapon level that could compare to it. This made him somewhat excited. He took a deep breath. He did not dare to test the sword in this place. He carefully retreated. After all, there were 9 terrifying blood-red coffins in this place. His footsteps were gentle, and there was no sound when he landed. Ka! At this moment, a crisp sound was heard. It was extremely ear-piercing in this silent space. Lin Tian and the whooshing crocodile were both shocked. They looked towards the source of the sound. They saw the blood-red coffin beside the old tree where the stone sword was pulled out. A corner of the coffin lid was broken, and a terrifying aura of death surged out. In the blink of an eye, it interweaved in every corner of this space, causing the man and the crocodile to feel a chill all over their bodies. Ka! Ka! Crack! The crisp sound was heard continuously. Cracks continuously appeared on the lid of the blood-red coffin, spreading out like a spider web. In the next moment, with a boom, the lid of the blood-colored coffin directly exploded. The black fog inside churned like a black hole. 2 blood-colored ghost eyes appeared from within, as if they could devour everything. It was bloody and terrifying. Facing this pair of blood-red ghost eyes, Lin Tian and the whooshing crocodile both trembled. They immediately felt a great threat. It's as if it woke up because the stone sword was pulled out. The whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian quickly retreated. Stepping on the Inyang Ho, he arrived in front of the whooshing crocodile in an instant. Boom! Inside the broken blood-red coffin, the aura of death erupted like a volcano. An ancient corpse that was at least 10 feet tall stepped out. The clothes on its body were even more ancient than the ancient corpses they had encountered before. It truly looked like a dead ancient god. When the ancient corpse stepped out of the blood-red coffin, it immediately stared at Lin Tian and the whooshing crocodile. Its pair of ghost eyes became even more blood-red. It let out a low roar, like a wild beast. With a vast and mighty aura of death, it directly pounced toward them. For a moment, wherever it passed, the space was shaken until it was distorted. Damn it, this dead thing is really scary, the whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian was also moved, but he was not afraid. He directly waved the stone sword that he had just obtained and displayed the heaven ascending sword manual, slashing out a sword light that reached the sky. Clang! An ear-piercing sword sound rang out. The sword light was vast and mighty, shattering the vast sky. In the blink of an eye, it forced the tall, ancient corpse to the front and steadily landed on its body. With a bang, the ancient corpse was slashed more than 10 feet away. Its abdomen was split open, and black blood floated in the air. The whooshing crocodile's eyes suddenly brightened. He stared at the stone sword in Lin Tian's hand and said, as expected of a divine weapon nurtured by heaven and earth, it actually sent such an ancient corpse flying with a single sword. It is indeed terrifying. Lin Tian stared at the stone sword in his hand. His eyes were also shining. This divine sword was stronger than he had expected. Roar! In the distance, the ancient corpse that was swept away stood up and opened its mouth to roar. The aura of death rolled out. Immediately, the sword wound on its abdomen was actually healing by itself. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. This scene shocked both Lin Tian and the whooshing crocodile. They both revealed a shocked expression. A corpse can heal itself by itself. The whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. P.S. Second watch at around 9 p.m. Chapter 934. Ordinary ancient corpses were unable to heal themselves unless they had a certain level of intelligence. The ancient corpse in front of them clearly did not have any intelligence, but it could heal itself. It could be said to be very frightening causing Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile's heart to palpitate. Roar! The ancient corpse roared, its eyes blood-red. With a ruthless roar, it once again rushed towards the human and beast. Its speed was much faster. Lin Tian made his move. He activated the stone sword in his hand that was interwoven with natural Tao patterns, and once again slashed out a resplendent heaven-piercing sword aura. With a clang, this heaven-piercing sword aura was more than 3 zhang long. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the ancient corpse, and once again sent it flying. Black blood filled the sky as it fiercely crashed into the distance. It settled. The 5 bear crocodiles stared. Lin Tian frowned. No. Almost at the same time as his words fell, the ancient corpse stood up again. At the same time, the wounds on its body were rapidly healing. In just the blink of an eye, its wounds were completely healed. It once again pounced towards Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. Clang! Lin Tian shook the high-grade divine artifact stone, sword in his hand. With one slash, sword rays filled the sky and densely fell on the ancient corpse. It cut open the sky full of black blood and once again sent it flying. It was almost cut into pieces. However, the outcome surprised him. This ancient corpse's self-healing ability was very shocking. The destructive sword wounds caused by his high-grade divine artifact stone sword actually healed by itself very quickly. Damn, this natural divine artifact is so domineering, but it still can't kill this thing. If an ordinary Wuxing cultivator came, they would definitely be killed. Wuxing Crocodile bared its teeth and said, "However, luckily only one jumped out, so it's not a big problem. If all the things in the 9 coffins jumped out, then it would be troublesome." Boom! As soon as its words fell, the ancient corpse roared again. Death aura rolled out, interweaving into layers and layers of Yin fog, causing the other 8 blood-colored coffins in this place to suddenly tremble, making cracking sounds. In the next moment, dense cracks appeared on the 8 blood-colored coffins' lids. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye they exploded. The terrifying Yin aura rushed out as if it was from hell. 8 ancient corpses stepped out of the 8 blood-colored coffins, one after another. Crow's beak! Lin Tian cursed. He waved the stone sword and slashed out 81 heaven-piercing sword. Then he grabbed Wuxing Crocodile's tail and turned around to leave. The stone sword in his hand was extremely powerful and tyrannical. However, his own cultivation was limited after all. He could deal with one of these ancient corpses, but if 9 of them came at him together, then he definitely wouldn't be able to block them. At this moment, he chose to avoid the battle. Behind him, the 9 ancient corpses roared together. Death aura rolled out, and they completely shattered Lin Tian's 81 heaven-piercing sword. Then the 9 ancient corpses stared at Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile and rushed over together. Outside their bodies, there was an astonishing black Yin fog. Wherever they passed, even the space was distorted inch by inch. Wuxing Crocodile looked back and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. "Brat, run faster! They're catching up!" Lin Tian tilted his head and looked back. The 9 ancient corpses were like 9 death gods from hell. Their bodies were surrounded by Yin fog, and their blood-colored pupils were extremely horrifying. He cursed in a low voice and propped up the great Tao reincarnation diagram. He directly threw it behind him to attack the 9 ancient corpses. At the same time, he directly stepped on the 5th layer of the yin-yang avatar, like a golden lightning. His speed instantly increased by a lot. Whoosh! He grabbed the Wuxing Crocodile, and as he moved, there was a burst of sonic booms, and he threw the 9 ancient corpses far away. "Maintain this speed and continue to charge," Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian didn't say anything, and used the 5th layer of the yin-yang avatar to the extreme. After another half an hour, he finally stopped. The 9 ancient corpses behind him were already nowhere to be seen, and they were completely shaken off. At this time, he arrived at a dark forest. The trees were not tall, and the jet-black plants looked like they were soaked in blood and then dried. It looked somewhat horrifying. Damn, I'm really about to reach the depths of the desolate god mausoleum. Wuxing Crocodile clenched its teeth. It was obviously very familiar with the desolate god mausoleum. Lin Tian didn't say anything and followed the direction of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness and continued to walk forward. He walked into the dark forest, and the surroundings were very quiet. Only his footsteps echoed in the air. Chi! Suddenly, the ground next to his feet broke open, and dozens of ghost claws stretched out. Their flesh was decaying, and there were even yellow bone claws that grabbed his right leg. There were ghost claws that grabbed his calf. Lin Tian lowered his head to look, and the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet suddenly expanded. It exploded into a sky full of dragon light, and the dozens of ghost claws were all shattered. He didn't really care about these ghost claws, and his footsteps didn't stop at all, and he continued to walk forward. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour passed. At this time, he walked out of the dark forest and walked to a flat land. There was suddenly a bloody mist floating in the air, and occasionally there would be a woo sound, as if someone was crying. Lin Tian stopped his steps, and his eyes revealed a bit of seriousness. Brat, why did you suddenly stop? Wuxing Crocodile asked. I walked into a dangerous place. Lin Tian Ondao. Almost at the same time his words fell, the bloody mist in the air suddenly became thicker, and then it started to boil, as if a sea of blood was rolling. Chi! 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 As the bloody mist rolled, the space was annihilated inch by inch, and the ground also started to shake. The scene was terrifying. What's going on? The 5 Elements crocodile was startled. Previously, it didn't feel anything from the blood-colored mist in the air, but now it felt a chill run down its spine. The blood-colored mist had become terrifying, and it had trapped it and Lin Tian. Shen Shen Ke, a terrifying, dangerous place. Lin Tian said in a deep voice. Dangerous place, Wuxing Crocodile stared. How dangerous is it? Lin Tian's face turned serious, and he glanced at Wuxing Crocodile. Even an ordinary half-step into Nirvana expert would die if they enter. Wuxing Crocodile almost couldn't help but slap him. Then, aren't we finished? What's the rush? We won't die. Ordinary half-step into Nirvana experts won't be able to survive, but it doesn't mean that I won't be able to. Lin Tian Ondao. As he spoke, his right leg shook lightly, and suddenly dense dragon patterns intertwined, forming a dragon pattern chain, and enveloped him and Wuxing Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes suddenly lit up. I suddenly forgot you control the dragon burial scripture. It was also at this time, as its words fell, the bloody mist in the surroundings became even more turbulent, and with a rumbling sound, it directly pressed towards it and Lin Tian, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the dragon patterns. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile both trembled fiercely, and felt as if a divine weapon-level heavy hammer had smashed on their bodies. Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just now, if it wasn't for Lin Tian's dragon patterns protecting their bodies, they would have been submerged by the bloody mist, and ordinary 7th-layer Wuxin experts would have died instantly. Just follow beside me. Don't move around. Lin Tian said. The dragon patterns around him intertwined to protect his body, and the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread, and he began to walk forward. At the same time, he began to form seals with both hands and also branded dragon patterns in the void, forcibly dissipating and thinning the bloody mist that had become thicker. Boom! The space trembled, and the bloody mist that was dissipated by him roared as if it had its own consciousness, and once again gathered towards the middle and became more turbulent, shattering pieces of the void, and even a black earth vein-killing light rushed up from the ground. Lin Tian's expression was slightly solemn, but he was very calm. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet, his body, and the void all shone brightly, forming a dragon pattern array, forcibly shattering the bloody mist, collapsing the earth vein-killing light, and laying out a dragon pattern path. "Let's go," he said. He wrapped Wuxing Crocodile with the light of the dragon patterns and golden divine power, and the fifth layer of Yin and Yang roar shook, and in the blink of an eye he walked to the end of this dragon pattern path, and his expression became relaxed. "We're out," Wuxing Crocodile asked. "Look back," Lin Tian said casually and lifted his leg to walk forward. Wuxing Crocodile looked back suspiciously, and suddenly its monster body trembled, and it couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, as far as the eye could see, there was a huge blood-red sphere behind it, like a blood bag, enveloping the space of about 100 feet in radius. The surrounding void would occasionally emit a sizzling sound, and it was forcibly annihilated. "What the hell is this?" It cursed, but also knew that at this time they had already walked out of the danger zone, and hurriedly followed Lin Tian. It was also at this time that Lin Tian, who was in front of them, stopped, and more stone tablets appeared in front of them, and each of them seemed to have a soul, as if there was a terrifying evil spirit residing in them. "Go around," he said. There were too many stone tablets here, and there seemed to be terrifying ancient corpses under them. If they all ran out together later, he and Wuxing Crocodile would be directly drowned. He and Wuxing Crocodile took a big detour, and he tried his best to conceal his aura and walked forward like a withered tree. After an entire hour, they finally circled around the large patch of stone tablets. After walking for a distance of 1,000 feet, there was a continuous chain of mountains in front of them. Moreover, every mountain was very tall, as if they were about to rush into the starry sky. "We've really walked into the depths," Wuxing Crocodile said in a deep voice. Lin Tian looked in front of him. Between the tall mountains, black fog rolled and churned. Even the sky was covered by black clouds. At this time, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled again. An array of 7-colored light swayed out, pointing directly at a mountain in front of him, causing his eyes to shine. The 6th sword soul fragment was in front of him. He took a deep breath, and his footsteps were steady and powerful, and he stepped towards the mountain in the sea of consciousness where the 7-colored light was pointing. Boom! At this time, an extremely terrifying fluctuation rushed out, and between the mountains a headless horseman stepped out, holding a rusty battle spear. His whole body was covered in black battle armor, and there was even blood that had not yet coagulated on it. Shemale. As the headless horseman stepped out, a weak wave of divine consciousness was transmitted, and it exploded in Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile's ears like thunder. Chapter 935. Ordinary ancient corpses were unable to heal themselves unless they had a certain level of intelligence. The ancient corpse in front of them clearly did not have any intelligence, but it could heal itself. It could be said to be very terrifying, causing Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile to feel their hearts palpitate. Roar! The ancient corpse roared, its eyes blood-red. With a ruthless roar, it once again rushed towards the human and beast. Its speed was much faster. Lin Tian made his move. He activated the stone sword in his hand that was interwoven with natural Tao patterns, and once again slashed out a resplendent, towering heaven sword aura. With a clang, this towering heaven sword aura was more than 3 zhang long. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the ancient corpse, and once again sent it flying. Black blood filled the sky as it fiercely smashed into the distance. "It's done!" The 5 bear crocodiles stared. Lin Tian frowned. No. Almost at the same time as his words fell, the ancient corpse stood up again. At the same time, the wounds on its body were rapidly healing. In the blink of an eye, its injuries were completely healed. It once again pounced towards Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. Clang! Lin Tian shook the high-grade divine artifact stone sword in his hand, and with one slash, sword rays filled the sky. They densely fell on the ancient corpse's body, cutting open the sky, full of black blood. Once again it was sent flying, and it was almost cut into pieces. However, the outcome surprised him. This ancient corpse's self-healing ability was very shocking. The destructive sword wounds caused by his high-grade divine artifact stone sword actually healed by itself very quickly. Motherf asterisk cur. This innate divine sword is so tyrannical, but it still can't chop this thing to death. If an ordinary Wuxian cultivator came, they would definitely be killed. The 5 elements crocodile bared its teeth and said, however, fortunately only one jumped out, so it's not a big problem. If all 9 things jumped out, then it would be troublesome. Boom! As soon as its words fell, the ancient corpse roared again. The aura of death rolled out, interweaving into layers of fog, causing the other 8 blood-colored coffins in this place to suddenly tremble, making cracking sounds. Biar in the next moment, dense cracks appeared on the 8 blood-colored coffins. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye they exploded. The terrifying energy seemed to rush out from hell, and the 8 ancient corpses stepped out of the 8 blood-colored coffins one after another. Jinx! Lin Tian cursed. He waved the stone sword and slashed out 81 towering heaven sword auras. Then he grabbed the whooshing crocodile's tail and turned to leave. The stone sword in his hand was extremely powerful and tyrannical. However, his own cultivation was limited after all. He could only deal with one of these ancient corpses. But if all 9 of them attacked together, then he definitely wouldn't be able to block them. At this moment, he directly chose to avoid the battle. Roar! Behind him, the 9 ancient corpses roared in unison, and the aura of death surged, shattering the 81 towering heaven swords Lin Tian had slashed out. Then the 9 ancient corpses stared at Lin Tian and the whooshing crocodile and rushed over. Their bodies were intertwined with a shocking black energy. Wherever they passed, even the space was distorted inch by inch. The whooshing crocodile took a glance behind and immediately felt a chill down his spine. Brat, run faster, they're catching up! Lin Tian tilted his head and looked behind. The 9 ancient corpses were like 9 death gods from hell. Their bodies were surrounded by energy, and their blood-colored pupils were extremely terrifying. He cursed in a low voice and propped up the great Tao reincarnation diagram. He directly threw it behind him to attack the 9 ancient corpses. At the same time, he directly stepped on the 5th layer of the yin-yang avatar. Like a streak of golden lightning, his speed instantly increased by a lot. Whoosh! He grabbed the whooshing crocodile, and as he moved, it brought about a burst of sonic booms. He forcefully threw the 9 ancient corpses far away. Biar, just maintain this speed and continue to charge, the whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He used the 5th layer of the yin-yang avatar to the extreme, and only stopped after a quarter of an hour had passed. The 9 ancient corpses behind him had already completely disappeared, and he had completely shaken them off. At this time he arrived at a dark forest. The trees inside were not tall, and the jet-black plants looked like they had been soaked in blood and then dried. It looked somewhat horrifying. Damn, I'm really about to reach the depths of the desolate god mausoleum. The whooshing crocodile gritted its teeth. It was obviously very familiar with the desolate god mausoleum. Lin Tian didn't say anything and followed the direction that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness pointed at and continued to walk forward. He walked into the dark forest, and the surroundings seemed to be very quiet. Only the sound of his footsteps echoed in the air. Chi! Suddenly, the ground beside his feet broke open, and dozens of ghost claws stretched out. Their flesh was decaying, and there were even withered, yellow-boned claws. They all aimed at his right leg, and there were ghost claws that grabbed his calf. Lin Tian lowered his head to look, and the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet suddenly expanded. It exploded into a sky full of dragon light, and all of the ghost claws were shattered. Regarding these ghost claws, he didn't really care about them. His footsteps didn't stop at all, and he continued to walk forward. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour had passed. At this time he walked out of the dark forest and walked to a flat land. Suddenly there was a bloody mist floating in the air, and occasionally there would be a woo sound, as if someone was crying. Lin Tian stopped his steps, and his eyes revealed a bit of seriousness. "Biar, brat, why did you suddenly stop?" the whooshing crocodile asked. "I walked into a dangerous place." Lin Tian Ondao. Almost at the same time as his words fell, the bloody mist in the air suddenly became thicker, and then it started to boil, as if a sea of blood was rolling. Chi, chi, chi. Along with this bloody mist rolling, the space was annihilated inch by inch, and the ground also started to shake. The scene was horrifying. "What's going on?" The whooshing crocodile was shocked. Previously, it didn't feel anything about the bloody mist in the air, but now it felt a chill down its spine. This bloody mist had become terrifying, and it had trapped Lin Tian and it. Shen Shen Ke, a terrifying, dangerous place. Lin Tian said in a deep voice. "Dangerous place?" Whooshing crocodile stared. "How dangerous is it?" Lin Tian's expression slightly froze, and he glanced at it. Even if an ordinary half-stepped nirvana expert enters this place, there's no chance of survival. The whooshing crocodile almost couldn't help but give him a slap. "Then aren't we done for?" "What's the rush? We won't die. Ordinary half-stepped nirvana experts won't be able to survive, but that doesn't mean that I won't be able to." Lin Tian Ondao. As he spoke, his right leg lightly shook, and immediately dense dragon patterns interweaved, forming a chain of dragon patterns, and enveloped him and the whooshing crocodile. The whooshing crocodile's eyes suddenly lit up. "I suddenly forgot. You brat control the dragon burial scripture." It was also at this time, as its words fell, the surrounding bloody mist became even more turbulent, and with a rumbling sound, it directly pressed towards it and Lin Tian, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the dragon patterns. Lin Tian and the whooshing crocodile both trembled fiercely, and only felt as if a divine weapon-level heavy hammer had ruthlessly smashed on their bodies. The whooshing crocodile couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just now, if it wasn't for Lin Tian's dragon patterns protecting his body, being submerged by that bloody mist, an ordinary seventh sky of Wuxian expert would probably have died instantly. "Just follow beside me. Don't move randomly," Lin Tian said. The dragon patterns on his body interweaved to protect his body, and the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread, and he began to walk forward. At the same time, he began to form seals with both hands, and also imprinted dragon patterns in the void, forcibly scattering and thinning the thicker bloody mist. Boom! The space trembled. The blood mist he dispersed seemed to have a mind of its own as it rumbled and gathered in the center again. This time, it became even more turbulent, shattering pieces of the void. There were even pitch-black earth veins that rushed up from the ground. Lin Tian's expression was slightly solemn, but he was very calm. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet beside him, and in the void all shone brightly, forming a dragon pattern array, forcibly shattering the bloody mist, collapsing the earth vein-killing light, and laying out a dragon pattern path. "Go," he said. He wrapped the whooshing crocodile with the light of the dragon patterns and golden divine power, and the fifth layer of the yin and yang flashed. And in the blink of an eye, he walked to the end of this dragon pattern path, and his expression became relaxed. "You walked out?" the whooshing crocodile asked. "Look back." Lin Tian said casually and lifted his leg to walk forward. The whooshing crocodile looked back suspiciously, and suddenly its monster body trembled, and it couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, as far as the eye could see, there was a huge blood-red sphere behind it, like a blood bag, enveloping the space of about 100 feet in radius, and the surrounding void emitted a sizzling sound from time to time, being annihilated. "What the hell is this?" It cursed, but also knew that at this time they had walked out of the danger zone and hurriedly followed Lin Tian. It was also at this time that Lin Tian, who was in front of them, stopped, and more stone tablets appeared in front of them, and each of them seemed to have a soul, as if there was a terrifying, evil spirit residing in them. "Go around." He said so. There were too many stone tablets here, and there seemed to be terrifying ancient corpses under them. If they ran out together later, he and the whooshing crocodile would be directly drowned. He and the whooshing crocodile took a big detour and tried their best to conceal their aura and walked forward like a dead tree. After an entire hour, they finally circled around the large patch of stone tablets. After walking for a distance of 1,000 feet, there was a continuous chain of mountains in front of them. Moreover, every mountain was very tall, as if they were about to rush into the starry sky. "We have really walked into the depths," the whooshing crocodile said in a deep voice. Lin Tian looked ahead, and between the tall mountains, black fog rolled and rolled, and the sky was covered by black clouds. At this time, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled again. An array of 7-colored light swayed out, pointing directly at the mountain in front of him, causing his eyes to shine. The 6th sword soul fragment was in front of him. He took a deep breath, and his footsteps were steady and powerful, and he stepped towards the mountain in the sea of consciousness where the 7-colored light was pointing. Boom! At this moment, an extremely terrifying wave rushed out. In the mountains, a headless horseman stepped out, holding a rusty spear. His whole body was covered in black armor, and there was even blood on it that had yet to coagulate. Shemale. As the headless horseman stepped out, a weak wave of divine consciousness was transmitted, and it exploded in the ears of Lin Tian and the whooshing crocodile like thunder. Chapter 936. Please read the latest update. Hidden Hand. Please wait for a moment. Please remember. Chapter 937. Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile were both stunned. In the desolate god mausoleum, which was filled with the aura of death, a headless horseman stepped out at this moment and actually sent out a wave of divine sense. This was truly terrifying, and it caused them to tremble. Transvestite. The headless horseman sent out another wave of divine sense. The spear in his hand suddenly pointed straight at Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile as he stepped forward. As he moved, the rolling mist of death around him rolled like the sea. It was as if a spring filled with the aura of death had erupted, causing the heavens to tremble. Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile's expressions changed at the same time. This kind of power was too terrifying. Retreat. Lin Tian on Dao. He and whooshing crocodile did not hesitate at all. They both retreated at lightning speed, directly increasing their speed to the limit. However, the headless horseman's aura was too strong. The black mist around him surged, almost sealing off the sky. He arrived in front of them with a single step. Bang! Bang! Just the aura of the headless horseman was enough to send Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile flying at the same time. They both spat out mouthfuls of blood and felt as if all the bones in their bodies were about to fall apart. Damn it! Why did we summon such a great monster? Whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian's expression was also serious. This headless horseman was too terrifying. He estimated that even if whooshing crocodile was at his peak state, he might not be able to stop the headless horseman. Boom! The mist of death rolled as the headless horseman stepped forward again. This time, the spear in his hand moved. It was like a spear that could destroy the world. The tip of the spear had not really come close, but a peerless, murderous aura burst forth. It shocked Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile, causing them to tremble at the same time. They both felt the threat of death. Without any hesitation, the man and crocodile retreated again, and each of them supported a powerful magical secret technique to protect themselves. However, the outcome was beyond their imagination. This headless horseman was too terrifying. Wherever the tip of the spear went, it destroyed everything. The powerful magical powers they used were instantly shattered into pieces. Moreover, after this, an extremely terrifying force spread through the void and spread over, causing them to fly horizontally once again. They both coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Kid, you've gone too far," Whooshing Crocodile cursed. Lin Tian's expression was grave as well. He had never imagined that such a terrifying existence would be drawn out. Boom! In front of them, the fog of death was even stronger. As the headless horseman moved, the whole world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. In the blink of an eye, the headless horseman appeared in front of the man and the crocodile once again. This time, the tyrannical aura around his body directly confined the space in all directions. The headless horseman waved the spear in his hand down mechanically. With a crisp sound, the surrounding void was annihilated inch by inch. It could not withstand the power of the spear at all. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile's faces changed drastically. They could not withstand such an attack. Buzz! At this moment, in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, the mysterious iron sword moved slightly. Rings of rainbow divine light intertwined and spread out through his sea of consciousness to his body. It was like the light of the world's origin. In front, the headless horseman's spear stopped in midair. The fog of death rolled around its body. It stood firmly in the void. Then it put away the spear and retreated. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the mountains. Lin Tian was shocked. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. However, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Tian looked at the rainbow divine light outside his body and secretly rejoiced. At the same time, his eyes were intertwined. If the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had not overflowed with the rainbow divine light, he and Whooshing Crocodile would have been in trouble. Whooshing Crocodile also stared at the rainbow divine light outside his body. Its eyes were wide open. It's that kind of rainbow divine light again. Kid, the treasure weapon in your body is really amazing. It's just overflowing light, and it actually made the great evil retreat in fear. It suddenly cursed again. Damn it! Let that broken thing return my cultivation to me. When it first met Lin Tian, it saw the divine sword rush out of Lin Tian's body. Moreover, its power was forcibly absorbed by the divine sword. That was why its cultivation fell from the Nirvana peak. Lin Tian glanced at it. Didn't I already tell you that I can't control it? When it appears and when it overflows the light, it's basically entirely up to it. If I could control it on my own, I wouldn't have needed the barbarian tribe to accompany me when I destroyed the Zerg. I would have just slashed it. Whooshing Crocodile. F*CKU. Although it knew this, and even forgot that Lin Tian had such a terrifying treasure weapon in his body for a long time, it was still very unhappy at this time. Lin Tian Wei rolled his eyes slightly and ignored Whooshing Crocodile. At this time, he silently sensed that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness was flashing and did not stop. It made the rainbow divine light outside his body continue. There was no sign of it disappearing. He couldn't help but secretly praise it. With this kind of divine light intertwined outside his body, he was really not afraid of anyone below the Emperor realm. In this desolate god mausoleum, he could go wherever he wanted. He raised his head and stared at the group of Wu Mountain in front of him. He stared at the mountain in front of him. "Let's go," he said to Whooshing Crocodile and directly walked over there. Now, with the rainbow divine light overflowing from the divine sword to protect his body, he had to seize the opportunity to retrieve the sword soul fragment there. "You still want to go deeper?" Whooshing Crocodile glared and said angrily. "Don't worry, there won't be a problem." Lin Tian on Dao. He didn't stay for long and walked at the front. His speed also increased a little. One step would cover more than 300 meters. Whooshing Crocodile gritted its teeth, but still followed in the end. A man and a crocodile walked in the depths of the mountains. The air was cold, and there were many piles of dried bones scattered on the ground. It seemed to be because of the rainbow divine light intertwining outside Lin Tian's body. After they entered the mountains, it was very smooth. They didn't encounter any evil fog or ancient corpses. It was as if they were walking on a flat grassland. "This thing is really," Whooshing Crocodile stared at the rainbow divine light outside Lin Tian's body. Naturally, it knew that the reason why they could enter the mountains so smoothly at this time was all because of this light. Its eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity, but it didn't say anything. After a moment, it looked away. Here, the mountains were dead silent. Lin Tian walked in the front, and Whooshing Crocodile followed beside him. They slowly walked deeper into the mountains. Just like that, 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. During this 15 minutes, Lin Tian's footsteps were not hindered at all. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled again at this time. It pointed straight ahead, causing the rainbow divine light outside his body to become thicker. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and his speed increased again. Soon, he had covered a distance of more than 7,000 feet. At this time he stopped. A fist-sized rainbow divine light floated in front of him. It swayed slightly and shone brightly. Found it. He clenched his fist. The sixth sword soul fragment. He was right. Next to him, Whooshing Crocodile opened its eyes wide. It stared at the rainbow divine light in front of it, and then at the rainbow divine light outside Lin Tian's body. It clearly felt the same aura. "Kid, what you're looking for is this thing." It stared at Lin Tian with a face full of surprise. "What is this?" "It's exactly the same as the rainbow divine light outside your body. Even its aura is the same." Lin Tian didn't say anything. He just let Whooshing Crocodile wait here, and he walked forward. In front of him, the fist-sized rainbow divine light floated quietly in the air, like a child in a deep sleep. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He walked quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared next to the rainbow divine light. Almost at the moment he arrived next to it, the fist-sized rainbow divine light seemed to have sensed him. It shook slightly, as if it had woken up from a deep sleep. The rainbow divine light emitted suddenly became stronger. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a strange light. He was a little excited. After a pause, he stretched out his right hand toward the rainbow divine light in front of him. "Buzz!" As he stretched out his hand, the fist-sized rainbow divine light jumped. Suddenly, strands of rainbow divine light intertwined. It intertwined with the rainbow divine light outside Lin Tian's body in the blink of an eye, and slowly floated toward Lin Tian. The rainbow divine light floated to Lin Tian's side, and just like before, it revolved around him. It was like a child who had been away from home for a long time and saw his bloodkin. Then, in the next moment, the rainbow divine light flashed and went directly into his right hand. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the side of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness and merged with it. Suddenly, the divine sword shook, and strands of rainbow divine light intertwined, drowning the divine sword in it. Boom! Then, the rainbow divine light outside Lin Tian's body became thicker, and an extremely strong aura spread out. Not far away, the Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened even more. This, boom! In front of him, an even stronger aura intertwined, and the rainbow divine light became even stronger, directly illuminating the surroundings. Lin Tian was in the middle of it. He did not move at all, and his eyes were slightly closed. At this moment, as the rainbow divine light entered his body, strands of rainbow divine light fell into his body, intertwining with astonishing spiritual energy and Tao light, quickly surging to every corner of his body. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath until his essence, energy, and spirit reached the peak state. Then he activated the Sun Heart Sutra and began to refine the rainbow divine light in his body. Buzz! For a moment, the rainbow divine light on the surface of his body flickered, and golden light intertwined. His aura and Tao Law were both becoming stronger. He stood quietly on the spot, not moving at all. He activated the Sun Heart Sutra faster, causing the aura on his body to become stronger and stronger. The Tao law also became denser and denser. Just like that, 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the rainbow divine light and the golden light outside his body intertwined together, and his aura and Tao law became even stronger. Then, in the next moment, a majestic force spread out from his body, and a strong hurricane rolled out outside his body. It did not calm down until dozens of breaths had passed. It was also at this moment that he slowly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. 8 heavens of the great Tao. P.S. The second update today will be around 8 p.m. Chapter 938. Faint light intertwined outside his body. Lin Tian's eyes also had a glimmer of light. He took a deep breath and exhaled. At this time, he had obtained the 6th sword soul fragment. His cultivation had entered the 8th heaven of the Great Path. He felt that his physical body, divine sense, and Great Path precepts had made great progress compared to before. He took another deep breath and scanned the bottom of his sea of consciousness. He saw that the divine sword had already calmed down. Only the 7-colored divine light on the sword's body was still lingering. The patterns on the sword surface had become clearer and brighter. Buzz! Suddenly, the divine sword shook again. Strands of 7-colored light rippled out, causing Lin Tian's sea of consciousness to tremble slightly. At this moment, the 7-colored light rippled out from the divine sword. It transformed into pictures that intertwined in his sea of consciousness. Vaguely, there were 5 huge ancient peaks. The 5 ancient peaks surrounded each other like 5 immortal emperors. Lin Tian was suddenly moved. However, in the next moment, the picture disappeared directly. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness did not move at all. Lin Tian frowned slightly. He stood in place, but his divine sense was looking straight at the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. "Boy, are you done?" Whooshing Crocodile's voice came. At this time, the light outside Lin Tian's body had completely dissipated. Seeing that Lin Tian seemed to be standing there in a daze, it could not help but call out to him. Lin Tian came back to his senses and nodded slightly. At this time, the 6th sword soul fragment had completely integrated into the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. The divine sword had also completely calmed down. Only the picture that the divine sword had shown at the end caught his attention. He turned and took a step forward. In one step, he stepped in front of Whooshing Crocodile. "Let me ask you something." As he spoke, he imprinted the picture of the 5 ancient peaks that the divine sword had shown at the end with his divine sense. He asked Whooshing Crocodile, "Do you know where this is?" The mysterious iron sword in his sea of consciousness had an extraordinary origin and was extremely shocking. Therefore, he was naturally very concerned about the image that was displayed by the divine sword. At the same time, Whooshing Crocodile is very familiar with the 10 heavens. He has been to the 1st heavens, to the 9th heavens. He believes that Whooshing Crocodile should know the location of these 5 ancient peaks. Whooshing Crocodile looked suspiciously at Lin Tian's spiritual imprint and said, "5 Immortals Peak." Lin Tian's eyes lit up. "You know this place?" "Of course I know. The 5 immortal peaks are composed of 5 towering peaks in the 6th heaven." Whooshing Crocodile said, then suddenly looked at Lin Tian with some doubts. "Kid, you seem to have just arrived in the 6th heaven. How can you display the spiritual imprint of the 5 immortals peak so clearly? I have seen it described in some historical books." The light in Lin Tian's eyes became stronger. Whooshing Crocodile really knows the location of the 5 ancient peaks. Moreover, these 5 ancient peaks are actually in the 6th heaven. He took a deep breath and didn't answer Whooshing Crocodile's question. Instead, he asked, "Is there anything special about the 5 Immortals Peak?" Whooshing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian suspiciously again. It didn't know why Lin Tian suddenly asked about the 5 Immortals Peak. However, it didn't think much and said, It's nothing special. It's just very tall and has an immortal essence. If I have to say something special, it's that the 5 major forces of this heaven hold a competition for the younger generation there every year. It continued, these 5 major forces are Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, Green Mark Immortal Pavilion, Mysterious Wind and Fire Island, Heijia Immortal Sect, and the Limitless Divine Sect. They all belong to the 2nd level forces of this heaven. Limitless Divine Sect. Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes slightly. When they were still in the 5th heaven, the members of this sect wantonly captured the natives of the 5th heaven and forced them to work in the mines, killing many of them. In order to save those natives, they had a big conflict with this sect. He shook his head and didn't care about this. Apart from these, there is really nothing special, he asked. Wuxing Crocodile shook its head. There is nothing else. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. It doesn't sound like a forbidden place, nor is it a divine place. It's just an ordinary place. There should be something special about it, he said to himself. The divine sword drew the picture of the 5 immortal peak, so he believed that it must be extraordinary. While talking to himself, he beckoned Wuxing Crocodile to walk out of the divine mausoleum. At the same time, he told Wuxing Crocodile to go to the 5 immortal peak. What are you going there for? Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled. The 5 immortal peak is not a special place, and it seems that there is no value in going there. Let's go and have a look, Lin Tianwei said casually. Wuxing Crocodile's expression was a little strange, but it didn't ask much. After all, the 5 immortal peak is not a place of great evil. It has nothing to worry about. It's not a big deal to go there. Immediately, a man and a crocodile walked out of the desolate god mausoleum. Along the way, the man and the crocodile were very fast. It didn't take long for them to walk out of the mausoleum. At this time, in the process of walking out, the man and the crocodile avoided many dangerous places. They barely walked out of the desolate god mausoleum and reappeared in the outside world. Damn it, I went in and suffered a lot. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. You didn't lose anything. What are you afraid of? Lin Tianwei was speechless. He said, let's go. Lead the way to the 5 immortal peak. Here, go straight southeast. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tianwei nodded. Without hesitation, he directly stepped in the direction Wuxing Crocodile pointed. His speed was extremely fast. After crossing numerous mountains and rivers, he finally arrived at the 5 Immortals' peak after 2 days. As far as the eye could see, the old trees in front of them were like a sea of trees. And in this sea of trees, the 5 ancient peaks were so obvious, with white clouds lingering around their peaks. It was as if they really pierced into the firmament, causing people to be intimidated at first sight. It is indeed very tall. Lin Tianwei couldn't help but say. He stood in the void and looked at the 5 ancient peaks. After a pause, he walked straight down and came to one of the ancient peaks. At this time, there were many disciples around this ancient peak. Many of them were discussing in low voices. The grand competition of the 5 great sects is about to start. I wonder who are the experts this year. It is said that Hao Xianhui of the Sunluo Divine Sect is about to enter the great Tao realm. Many experts of the older generation are no match for him. I reckon that Hao Xianhui will be the champion of this grand competition. I don't think so. Wenshu of the Green Mark Immortal Pavilion is at the half-step Great Tao realm. It is said that some ordinary experts of the Great Tao realm are no match for him. Soon he will be officially appointed as the Saint Prince of the Green Mark Immortal Pavilion. I think Wenshu has the highest chance of winning the championship. Sanyoha of the Black Wind Flame Island has also entered the half-step Great Tao realm. He is definitely not weaker than Wenshu and Hao Xianhui. Don't forget about Gu Yangmu of the Hegemon Immortal Sect. He is also at the half-step Great Tao realm. Moreover, it is said that he has been secretly appointed as the Saint Prince of the Hegemon Immortal Sect. His strength is almost unmatched in the same generation. Fu Tu Hong of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate is also not to be underestimated. Her strength is extremely terrifying. It is said that she is about to enter the Great Tao Realm. In that case, the grand competition this time will fall on the heads of these 5 people. There is no need for the others to compete. How can there be no need? The 5 of them are very strong. The others in the same generation might not be a match for them. However, the others can compete with those in the same generation. This is also very meaningful. Many disciples discussed in low voices. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile arrived near the ancient peak. When they heard the discussions of these people, they appeared very calm. They didn't seem to care much about it. At this moment, he was walking around the ancient peak. He raised his head and looked at the peak. After a while, he shook his head. He didn't sense anything. There was nothing special about this place. Are you looking for something here? Wuxing Crocodile was curious when he saw Lin Tian's expression. Lin Tian nodded his head. He glanced at the ancient peak one last time before moving on to the next ancient peak. There were 5 ancient peaks in this place. The distance between each ancient peak was extremely large. He walked from one ancient peak to the next. Along the way, he carefully explored the surroundings. It took him half an hour to reach the second ancient peak. He walked around the ancient peak and used the dragon burial scripture to explore the mountain. At the same time, he observed the reaction of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. After that, in an hour's time, he finished exploring the second ancient peak. He didn't find anything special, and the divine sword in his sea of consciousness didn't have the slightest reaction, indicating that this was only a very tall mountain peak. Next one. He muttered to himself. He walked forward slowly. With every step, dragon marks spread out from the bottom of his feet. They quickly sank into the ground and spread out in all directions. You are really looking for something. There is something you are looking for here. Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but ask. Lin Tianyi smiled. Maybe there is. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness couldn't show the scene of the 5 immortal peaks for no reason. There must be a special meaning. Therefore, he firmly believed that there must be something extraordinary in this place. He walked more slowly. It wasn't until more than an hour later that he reached the 3rd ancient peak. More dragon marks spread out from the bottom of his feet. At the same time, his divine sense became more active as he scanned the ancient peak again and again. In next to no time, he'd stopped at the 3rd ancient peak for an entire hour. During this entire process, he'd even flown up into midair and circled around the ancient peak a few times, and he'd seen every single inch of the mountain wall. Unfortunately, he still didn't obtain any material gains. Next one. He spoke. Soon, he came to the 4th ancient peak in this place. He slowed down even more. His sea of consciousness shone brightly as he searched every corner of this ancient peak. However, after more than an hour, the result was the same as the previous 3 ancient peaks. There was nothing. This is the last one. He looked to the front. At this time, many cultivators had gathered near the 5 ancient peaks. They were all here to watch the grand competition of the younger generation of the 5 major forces, including the Sanluo Divine Sect, which was going to be held later. It was very noisy here. Lin Tian didn't care about it. His expression was calm. Soon he arrived at the 5th ancient peak. Just like before, after arriving here, he activated the dragon burial scripture. At the same time, his sea of consciousness shone brightly as he scanned the surroundings with his powerful divine sense. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. Did you find anything good? Wuxing Crocodile saw that Lin Tian didn't find anything and laughed unkindly. Lin Tian glanced at it and couldn't be bothered to respond. He glanced at the 5 ancient peaks and frowned as he muttered to himself. Strange. Could it be that I misunderstood? There is nothing special here. Buzz! Suddenly, his muttering was interrupted. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness vibrated slightly. Strands of seven-colored light intertwined and pointed at the bottom of the ancient peak in front of him. P.S. Tomorrow's update will be around 7 p.m. and 10 p.m. Chapter 939. Fu Tu-hong was tall and had a cold smile on his face. He stared at Lin Tian with a frivolous attitude, as if he was staring at a toy. Lin Tian swept a glance at this person. His expression was calm, and he didn't bother with him. He just stood on the spot quietly, and the dragon patterns at the bottom of his feet became stronger. Strand by strand, they sank into the ground and headed towards the fist-sized jade stone in the depths of the ancient peak. At the side, the five elements crocodile couldn't help but laugh out loud. TSK, 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 kid, you've become the target of the competition. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with it, and he focused his attention on the bottom of the ancient peak. At this moment, the dragon patterns at the bottom of his feet had already broken through the 6,000 zhang of soil layer, and they were about to reach the jade stone. At this moment, he had to be even more careful in controlling the dragon patterns to prevent the jade stone from being damaged. The eyes of the young disciples of the five great sects lit up when they heard Fu Tu-hong's words. I agree with senior brother Fu. A disciple of the coiling dragon, Sacred Gate, said, I agree as well. Me too. I agree. That's good. Not only can we punish that bold thief, but we can also fully display the strength of the five senior brothers. The outstanding disciples of the other four great sects also spoke up. At this moment, all the disciples of the five great sects stared at Lin Tian with a cold smile, and then looked at the other four young men in the crowd. The four young men were separated from each other by a certain distance. One of them was dressed in black, and his expression was cold. He was Hao Xianhui of the Sunluo divine sect. The second person was tall and slender, and his expression was indifferent. He was O Wen-shu of the Azure Mark Immortal Pavilion. The third young man was dressed in purple, and he was Sun Yoha of the Mystic Wind Fire Island. The fourth person had one hand behind his back. He was Gu Yangmu of the Hujia Immortal Sect. The four of them had naturally heard Fu Tu-hong's words. At this moment, their gazes also landed on Lin Tian, and all of them were very cold. The great Dao realm elders of the five great sects stared at Lin Tian, and then they exchanged glances. They could not help but nod. In that case, let's do it this way, one of the elders said. Then, the five of them each nodded to the strongest among the younger generation of their sections. Their meaning was very clear. They were going to compete according to Fu Tu-hong's idea. Fu Tu-hong immediately laughed wildly, and he appeared even more domineering. He glanced at Lin Tian, and then looked at Sun Yoha and the other three in the crowd. His battle intent was very strong. Are we really going to use that person as the target of the competition, and use his life to decide who is number one among the five? That's too cruel. Outside the five ancient peaks, all the cultivators stared at this place. Many people could not help but gasp. This is bad. We can't even die happily now. Some cultivators looked at Lin Tian and could not help but shake their heads. Lin Tian was naturally aware of everything in the surroundings, but he did not care at all. At this time, the dragon patterns under his feet interweaved, and he finally broke through the layer of earth and arrived at the side of the jade stone under the ancient peak. He took a step back, and there was a fist-sized hole under his feet. He calmed down the circulation of the dragon burial scripture, and with a shake of his right hand, he grabbed a fist-sized jade stone from below. In the surroundings, many cultivators revealed surprised expressions when they saw this. He dug a stone up here. He's been standing there all this time, so he was digging a jade stone under the ancient peak. That piece of jade looks quite ordinary. Some cultivators said. These cultivators stood outside the five ancient peaks, and from the surface, the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand was indeed very ordinary. However, Lin Tian was shocked at this time. At this moment, holding the jade stone, he felt his body suddenly become very comfortable. The flow of divine power in his body accelerated on its own, and his spirit became stronger in the blink of an eye. Even the laws of the great path in his body involuntarily surged and became extremely boiling, as though they were about to burst into the sky. This thing, his expression changed, and he stared unblinkingly at the jade stone in his hand. Just by holding on to the jade stone, he could feel that all aspects of his body's strength had increased. Is this what you're looking for? The 5 elements crocodile was like Lin Tian. He did not care about the cultivators of the 5 sects and the rogue cultivators outside the 5 ancient peaks. At this time, he came over and stared at the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand. He paused for a moment, and his eyes suddenly flickered. He muttered, "This thing, why does Uncle Crocodile remember seeing it somewhere before?" Lin Tian immediately looked at him and asked, "Have you seen this kind of jade stone before?" The 5 elements crocodile pondered and said, "Oh, I seem to have seen it somewhere before. It seems to be a very extraordinary thing. Uncle Crocodile, please think about it. You should be able to remember it soon." A wisp of light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He nodded and said to the 5 elements crocodile, "All right, let's find a quiet place." As he spoke, he and the 5 elements crocodile turned around and walked out of the 5 ancient peaks. At this time, he had already found the thing that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had hinted to him. There was no need to stay here any longer. Swish! The sound of air being pierced resounded, and a tall figure blocked in front of him. It was the coiling dragon, Sacred Gates, Fu Tu-hong. "You can't escape." Fu Tu-hong's expression was arrogant as he blocked Lin Tian's path. However, he didn't even look at Lin Tian. Instead, his gaze fell on Sun Yoha and the other 3 young experts. Clearly, he didn't put Lin Tian in his eyes at all. "Your head will be mine in the end." He stared at Sun Yoha and the others with a domineering battle intent. Sun Yoha of the profound Wind Flame Island, Guangmu of the Hejia Immortal Sect, Owen Shu of the Azure Mark Immortal Pavilion, and Hao Xian Hui of the Sunluo Divine Sect all had indifferent expressions on their faces. At this time they also moved. A single step covered 100 meters, and they arrived outside of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. They looked at each other coldly and surrounded Lin Tian together with Fu Tu-hong. Immediately, powerful divine might interweaved around the bodies of the 5 of them. There were even faint ripples of laws of the Tao spreading around them. "Brat, you've really become a target." The 5 elements crocodile clicked its tongue and wanted to laugh out loud. Lin Tian did not mind it. He looked at the 5 people surrounding him indifferently. "Back off. Don't force me to kill you." His voice was calm and not loud at all, but it caused the expressions of all the cultivators in this place to freeze. Outside the 5 ancient peaks, all the cultivators stared at Lin Tian with strange expressions. At this time, Lin Tian was surrounded by Fu Tu-hong and the other 4 young cultivators who could kill ordinary cultivators of the Great Tao. But he actually said to the 5 young cultivators, "Back off. Don't force me to kill you." To many cultivators, this was completely unreasonable and incomprehensible. Within the 5 ancient peaks, the elders of the 5 great sects were expressionless, while the other young cultivators could not help but laugh out loud. "Back off? Don't force me to kill you." "Ha ha ha, no, this is too funny. Are you stupid?" Because of extreme fear, my brain is not enough. Many young cultivators from the 5 great sects stared at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a clown, their faces full of mockery. Fu Tu-hong and the other 4 surrounded Lin Tian. They did not mind Lin Tian's words at all, or rather, they directly ignored him. At this moment, the 5 only stared at each other. Their auras were already clashing in secret. Then, as their auras grew stronger and stronger, the clash between them became even more intense, causing the space around them to creak like a fragile paper window. Lines of distortion appeared, as if it would shatter at any moment. Such a scene caused the hearts of the cultivators in the area to tremble. It's just a clash of auras, and yet it's already like this. This, terrifying. Among the younger generation, perhaps only the divine sons and goddesses of the top factions can suppress these five. Outside the five ancient peaks, some cultivators said. Then they looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but shake their heads. This guy, Sai, why did he have to provoke the people of the five great sects? Now, he's dead for sure, and it'll be very tragic. Many people sighed. Boom! At this moment, five tyrannical divine energies soared into the sky. Fu Tu Hong and the others looked at the other four, their battle intent surging. His head is mine. Fu Tu Hong laughed madly and took a step forward. Cold killing light interweaved in his hand as he grabbed at Lin Tian's head. Hao Xian Hui of the Sinluo divine sect snorted coldly. He deflected his sword and strode toward Lin Tian. On the other side, Sun Yoha of the mystic Windfire Island, Guyang Mu of the Hejiao Immortal sect, and Owen Shu of the Azure Mark Immortal Pavilion also moved. Each of them used their killing light to envelop Lin Tian. Moreover, the five of them used their secret arts at the same time and attacked each other, preventing anyone else from getting close to Lin Tian. They also shot out rays of divine light. Boom! For a time, the space couldn't stop cracking, and dense cracks spread out in all directions like a spiderweb. Senior brother Hao of my sect will definitely take that person's head and become number one. Humph! Senior brother son of my mystic wind fire island will be number one. That person's head belongs to senior brother Fu Tu Hong of my sect. Senior brother Guyang Mu is the strongest. Senior brother O of my sect will definitely suppress everyone and be the first to take down that thief's head. The young disciples of the five great immortal sects clenched their fists as they stared at the strongest young experts of their respective sections. The elders of the five great immortal sects seemed to be emotionless, but in fact their eyes were intertwined with radiance as they stared at the young geniuses of their respective sections. It was obvious that they were all waiting for their young geniuses to emerge victorious. Boom! Divine energy vibrated as the five of them attacked Lin Tian and each other at the same time, causing the ground to tremble. While Lin Tianju was in the midst of this berserk massacre, his expression remained indifferent. You asked for it, he said. His voice was still very calm. A circle of golden light spread out like a ripple, spreading in all directions. Immediately, sizzling sounds could be heard as the secret arts unleashed by Fu Tu Hong and the others were instantly crushed. They were all sent flying, coughing up mouthfuls of blood as they tumbled several dozen feet away. For a moment, the expressions of everyone present paled. How could this be? He didn't even move. He only spread out a circle of divine light. But he actually made those five young experts outside the five ancient peaks. All the cultivators were astonished as they stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. Within the five ancient peaks, the young disciples of the five great immortal sects and the five elders of the great Tao realm also changed their expressions, their faces filled with shock. At the same time, the expressions of Fu Tu Hong and the others changed drastically. They struggled to stand up in the distance and looked at Lin Tian in shock. At this moment, the five of them were completely stunned. Just now, the five of them attacked at the same time and didn't put Lin Tian in their eyes at all. However, Lin Tian merely stood there and shattered all their divine abilities with a wave of golden light, causing them to suffer unimaginable injuries. At this moment, they almost didn't even have the strength to move. Lin Tian's expression was still indifferent. He raised his right hand slightly and pointed his index finger at Fu Tu Hong. Fu Tu Hong's expression instantly changed, and his arrogant attitude was no longer there. His eyes revealed a hint of fear. What do you want to do? PFFF. A beam of golden light flew out from Lin Tian's right index finger and instantly arrived in front of Fu Tu Hong, crushing him into pieces. P.S. I woke up early in the morning to write. I'm finally done now. I'm going to update it immediately. I hope everyone can enjoy reading it. Then, I'll still update it once again today. I hope the dragon can adjust as soon as possible. I'll be able to update it again by the beginning of next month at the latest. I hope everyone can forgive me for these few days. I've just returned home, and there are quite a lot of things to do. Then, I'll recommend a Xianxia novel to everyone. It was written by an old friend of the dragon. If everyone is free, go take a look and collect it. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 940. This examination might take a long time. Therefore, Dragon wanted to take a long leave of absence. It would be around half a month. Dragon did not know what to say. Dragon felt terrible as he typed these words. After writing for so long, this was the first time the 10-directional Divine King had stopped updating. Dragon did not want to let everyone down. But now, Dragon was completely overwhelmed by fear. He could not do anything. He could not even eat. He felt like he would collapse at any moment. I hope everyone can give Dragon some time. I hope that Dragon is fine. Everyone, please wait for Dragon to come back. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm typing. Please wait for a moment. Chapter 941. The jade stone flickered with a faint radiance. It was only the size of a fist, but it was crystal clear, as if it was a perfect piece of art. Lin Tian held the jade stone and felt his essence, qi, and great Tao laws in his body jump violently. Think quickly, he said to the 5 elements crocodile. The 5 elements crocodile curled its lips. What's the rush? It's not like I'm rushing to reincarnate. Although it said that it was seriously staring at the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand as it carefully thought about it. Lin Tian looked at it and did not say anything else to disturb it. He waited quietly. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. At this moment, the 5 elements crocodile stared at the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand. Its eyes gradually widened, and its body trembled slightly. Seeing its reaction, Lin Tian knew that it must have thought of something. He asked, "Do you know what this is?" The 5 elements crocodile nodded. Its body was still trembling slightly, and its eyes were filled with shock. This seems to be Qi. Qi Luck Celestial Stone, it said with a trembling voice. Lin Tian frowned. Qi Luck Celestial Stone. He had been in the cultivation world for many years, and he knew many things. However, this was the first time he had heard of something like a Qi Luck Celestial Stone. The 5 elements crocodile stared at the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand, and its eyes were filled with shock. It took a few deep breaths before it could calm down. "You understand the word luck, don't you?" it said to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. He naturally knew about luck. This sort of thing was the most illusory, and it generally referred to fate. It existed in the heavens and the earth, and it was something that living beings were unable to grasp. No matter if it was ordinary mortals, mortal empires, cultivators, or inheritances of sacred grounds, all of them cared about luck extremely, and it was even to the extent of reverence. Because this thing had a great impact on any living being, mortal empires, inheritances of sacred grounds, or even a large world. A simple example would be if a person's luck was extremely good, then it was possible for a person to pick up a divine weapon or a great treasure while casually walking through the mountains. However, if one's luck was extremely bad, then it was possible for that person to be struck by lightning as soon as he went out. This was luck. This thing was truly too important to all things in the world. Even though it couldn't be seen or touched, it was extremely important. The 5-element crocodile nodded, and it stared at the fist-sized jade stone in Lin Tian's hand before taking another deep breath. And then it said, "This karmic immortal stone is a material immortal stone condensed from luck." Lin Tian's hand trembled when he heard this, and he almost dropped the jade stone in his hand. "What did you say?" He glared at the 5-element crocodile as he spoke. Earlier, when he heard the 5-element crocodile mention the words karmic immortal stone, and when he heard the 5-element crocodile ask about something like luck, he guessed that this jade stone might be related to luck. But never had he imagined that the relationship would be so great, and it was actually a material immortal stone condensed from luck. Luck. That thing was illusory and couldn't be touched. Even emperor rank experts couldn't sense or capture it. But now he was holding a material immortal stone condensed from luck. Are you sure? He stared at the 5-element crocodile. It wasn't that he didn't believe the 5-element crocodile, but the 5-element crocodile's words were too unbelievable. Look, such a thing could actually condense into a material form. The 5-element crocodile was already calmer at this time. Hearing Lin Tian's question, he hesitated for a moment. This thing, Uncle Crocodile, only saw it in a secular world's unofficial history. At that time, because it involved luck, I looked at it a few more times. I remember it clearly. The description in the book is exactly the same as the jade in your hand. But whether it's the real thing or not, this is hard to say. Lin Tian frowned and muttered to himself, secular world's unofficial history. Although the unofficial history of the secular world was occasionally true, most of it was fabricated by some storytellers. At this time, listening to the 5-element crocodile's words, he was even more doubtful. Was this thing really a material immortal stone, condensed from luck? He stared at the jade in his hand, a little doubtful. But soon his frown deepened. At this time, looking at the fist-sized jade, he thought that this jade was something that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness sensed and had a great reaction, which was enough to show that it was extraordinary. Perhaps it really was an immortal stone, condensed from luck. For a moment, he felt a little conflicted. He paused, looked at the 5-element crocodile, and asked again, in that unofficial history, did it say anything about the immortal stone of luck? The 5-element crocodile nodded. Of course, it was said to be able to become immortal and become an immortal. In fact, it should be able to improve the strength of living creatures in all aspects. In addition, wearing it can increase one's lifespan by several times, and one can live for a very long time. In the future, one's luck will also become extremely buzz. Suddenly, the jade in Lin Tian's hand shone brightly, and it was so dazzling that it interrupted the 5-element crocodile's words. Then the jade turned into light, and with a swoosh, it disappeared into Lin Tian's palm and entered his body. Instantly, Lin Tian and the 5-element crocodile were shocked. F***CK. Brat, you absorbed it just like that. You haven't figured it out yet. Aren't you afraid that your body will explode after absorbing it? The 5-element crocodile's eyes widened. Naturally, Lin Tian was also surprised. However, when he heard the words explode from the 5-element crocodile, he still had an impulse to beat it up. I didn't absorb it. It went in by itself. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine power, blood chi, and rule of law in his body boiled. There was even divine light that spread out from his body. It was dazzling. Then, in the next moment, with a loud rumble, a blazing golden divine light burst out with him as the center. It soared into the sky and instantly penetrated into the sky. Bang! A great force spread out with him as the center. It threw the 5-element crocodile dozens of feet away. At this moment, the space within a radius of dozens of feet was completely enveloped by the golden divine light. There was a shocking divine power that interweaved and tumbled like the waves on the ocean. The 5-element crocodile steadied his body far away. He stared at the scene and his eyes widened. This rumble! The divine power rolled and gusts of hurricanes appeared outside Lin Tian's body. They spread out like the autumn wind, sweeping away the fallen leaves. Moreover, at the same time, golden divine lotuses appeared in the space beside him. Every single golden lotus was interwoven with a divine aura, as if they were real lotuses. It was an extremely shocking scene. Lin Tian was in the midst of the golden lotuses. At this moment, even he was shocked. The divine power, vital energy, and laws of the great path in his body seemed to have turned into wild horses that had broken free of their reins. They were completely out of his control and began to boil on their own. He could not even move his body at this moment. He could only grit his teeth and forcefully use a strand of his consciousness to look inside his body. Then he saw that the fist-sized jade had appeared next to his origin of life. At this moment, it was glowing, and as the light continued to shine, the fist-sized jade actually began to shrink. He was shocked. The jade stone was actually melting and decomposing in his body. The jade stone trembled slightly and floated next to his origin of life. Gradually, the light became more intense. The next moment, the jade stone trembled and shattered. It turned into a pure light source and completely fused with his origin of life. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian was shocked again, because to any living being, the origin of life was the most important. But now, after this jade stone was decomposed, it fused with his origin of life. This made him a little worried. But even so, he could not do anything at this moment, other than using a strand of his consciousness to see inside and outside of his body. He could not do anything else. Divine power, blood chi, great path rules, and others were all out of his control. "Kid, how are you?" The 5 elements crocodile called from afar. Lin Tian could not move his body. He could only use his eyes to signal that he was fine for now. It was also at this moment that his path body trembled. Majestic power surged out of his body, like a volcano that had erupted. He did not have the time to reply to the 5 elements crocodile. His consciousness looked into his body again. He saw that the origin of life was emitting an extremely dazzling light at this moment. It was actually beating like a heart. Every beat caused his path body to tremble slightly. With every beat, an extremely powerful force surged out and flew to various parts of his body. For a moment, the divine power in his body flowed even faster. His essence, chi, and spirit rose at a very fast speed. Moreover, at this moment he could move. Although his divine power, blood chi, and great path rules were still boiling and expanding, he could control them. His expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. At the same time, he began to adjust his path. Buzz! As he activated the Heart Sutra of Sun, the golden divine light outside his body became even more intense and powerful. The speed at which his essence, chi, and spirit rose also became even faster. In the short span of a few dozen breaths, his cultivation had increased by a large margin, and it was still increasing at an alarming rate. This caused the 5 elements crocodile, who was not far away, to be shocked. Its eyes widened even more. Based on this situation, is he going to directly rush to the 9 heavens of the Great Path? It hasn't been long since he entered the 8 heavens of the Great Path. It stared at Lin Tian in shock. Then its body trembled. That piece of jade, is it really the deity stone of fortune that was recorded in the unofficial history book? Seeing Lin Tian's essence, chi, spirit, and the speed at which his cultivation increased, even an old monster like the crocodile was shocked. Buzz! In front of him, the divine light outside Lin Tian's body surged like golden waves. The scene was extremely shocking. Lin Tian was in this divine light, and the Heart Sutra of Sun circulated even faster, causing the golden divine light outside his body to become even thicker. At the same time, he looked inside his body. The source of his life suddenly became even more resplendent and much stronger. Waves of divine light overflowed, turning into waves of majestic power that surged into every corner of his body. And as this majestic power surged into every part of his body, he used the Heart Sutra of Sun to fully refine it. His essence, chi, spirit, and other parts began to strengthen even faster, and his cultivation rose steadily. That piece of jade, is it really formed by the condensation of fate? He was shocked. Chapter 942. Genius 1 Second Remember Online, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian was moved. At this moment, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness began to tremble, shaking out strands of 7-colored light. It pointed directly at the underground of the 5th ancient peak in front of him, causing his eyes to flash with two bright lights. The divine sword overflowed with light and pointed to the underground of this ancient peak. In that case, there must be something extraordinary below. He looked at the bottom of this ancient peak with a serious expression. He directly circulated the dragon burial scripture to the limit. Dense dragon patterns appeared under his feet and crazily surged into the underground world. In the blink of an eye, the dragon patterns sank more than 300 meters into the bottom of the ancient peak. They continued to follow the direction pointed by the seven-colored light in his sea of consciousness and continued to go deeper into the underground of this ancient peak. "Kid, I found something." Whooshing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian's expression and revealed a surprised expression. Lin Tian didn't say anything and just nodded. Seeing him nod, Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but stare. "There's something good here." Lin Tian was very quiet. He circulated the dragon burial scripture even more attentively. More dragon patterns appeared under his feet and spread all the way to the bottom of the ancient peak in front of him, exploring in all directions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. The dragon patterns that surged out from the soles of his feet had already probed more than 700 meters into the bottom of this ancient peak. It was also at this moment that a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. He discovered a fist-sized jade with the dragon patterns. This piece of jade did not have any shocking aura, only a faint light lingering around it. It was not enough to attract his attention, but at this time the light from the divine sword in his sea of consciousness was pointing straight at this piece of jade. This he was slightly surprised. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness showed the scene of the Five Immortals Peak. At this moment, it vibrated again and emitted a seven-colored light. It was actually because of such a fist-sized jade. This really surprised him. "Forget it, I'll dig it out first." He paused and thought to himself. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness was extraordinary. Since the seven-colored light from the divine sword was pointing to this jade, he believed that this jade was definitely not an ordinary item. He slightly took a deep breath. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet intertwined and condensed into a dragon-patterned sword. In a situation where no one could see, the sword cut through the layers of soil under the soles of his feet and went straight to the fist-sized jade at the bottom of the ancient peak. He was prepared to cut a path to take the jade out after cutting through the layers of soil. At this moment, the dozen young men walked over from afar, and the speed at which the dragon-patterned sword cut through the layers of soil under his feet became faster. Seeing that Lin Tian did not respond, the faces of the dozen young men turned cold. It was especially so for the person who had spoken. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Did you not hear what I said?" The person said coldly. Lin Tian glanced at the person and looked at Whooshing Crocodile. The Five Immortal Peaks belong to the five great sects of the coiling dragon, Holy Gate. They don't belong to them. The five elemental alligator glanced at the group of youths and nonchalantly said, "How should I put this? The five great sects hold a competition for the younger generation here every year. Before the competition starts, they will ask the cultivators here to leave the five ancient peaks in order to create a spacious venue for the competition. Regarding this, ordinary cultivators naturally wouldn't dare to say anything. After all, the strength of these five great sects is extremely powerful. They are the second-level great powers of this heaven domain. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke these five behemoths." "Enough." Lin Tian interrupted Whooshing Crocodile. "You only need to say the first three words." After he finished speaking, he continued to cut through the layers of soil with his dragon-patterned sword. He only paid attention to the jade stone at the bottom of the ancient peak and ignored the dozen young men. This place did not belong to the coiling dragon Holy Gate, and there was no need for him to give it to them. Whooshing Crocodile obviously knew what Lin Tian was thinking and pursed his lips. The faces of the dozen or so youths who had arrived here all darkened, and their gazes became even colder. I'll say it one more time. Leave, no, get out of here immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The person who had spoken first said again. He was a disciple of the coiling dragon Holy Gate. What's there to say? Just throw him out. A young man in yellow robes said. He was from the profound Gale Flame Island. Moreover, this person wasn't just saying it. He directly raised his hand and slapped Lin Tian's face. Punches and slaps are the best way to deal with people who don't know what's good for them. This person was a powerful cultivator at the peak of the Zephyr Realm. The profound Gale Flame Island he came from was one of the 5 great sects in the heavenly region, along with the coiling dragon Holy Gate, Limitless Divine Sect, and Green Mark Immortal Pavilion. They were only weaker than the few peak forces in the heavenly region. Thinking that Lin Tian was an ordinary cultivator, he immediately attacked him. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person indifferently. Instantly, the young man in yellow robes trembled. His right hand stopped, and he couldn't stop trembling. You! At this time, facing Lin Tian's indifferent gaze, the young man in yellow robes couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. It was as if he was facing the god of death. Lin Tian looked at the young man in yellow robes. Punches and slaps are the best way to deal with people who don't know what's good for them. This is very reasonable. As soon as he finished speaking, a slap resounded out, and the yellow-clothed young man was directly blasted flying. He left behind a string of blood in the air as he directly rolled out of the 5 ancient peaks, and he let out a shrill cry of pain while a clear imprint of 5 fingers appeared on his face. This scream wasn't weak, and it immediately shocked many cultivators near the 5 ancient peaks. These cultivators were all outside the 5 ancient peaks at this time, and they all looked in the direction of this place. It seems to be a young disciple from the profound Gale Flame Island. His cultivation is very strong. How did he get injured? There, the young disciples of the 5 great sects are surrounding a young cultivator. Could it be that person who attacked? These cultivators were all surprised. At the same time, the expressions of the other 10 young men from the 5 great sects who came here to ask Lin Tian to leave changed. They didn't see Lin Tian attack just now, but they were very clear that the young man in yellow robes was definitely injured by Lin Tian. This made them both shocked and angry. They were shocked because Lin Tian attacked the young man in yellow robes, but they didn't even see how Lin Tian attacked. They were angry because they were disciples of the 2nd-level great sects in this heaven region. Many cultivators in this heaven region would be afraid of them, but now Lin Tian dared to attack them like this. You dare to attack someone from the profound Gale Flame Island? One of the 10 young men spoke. Obviously, he was the same as the one who was sent flying by Lin Tian from the profound Gale Flame Island. Our 5 great sects are holding a competition this time. How dare you provoke us like this? You don't know what's good for you. You're courting death. The 10 people all shouted with a stern expression. Lin Tian glanced at these people, and his expression was still indifferent. Noisy. As soon as he finished speaking, his right leg shook slightly, and the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread, turning into a majestic force that swept towards the 10 young men. In an instant, the 10 young men were all sent flying, and all of them coughed up blood. They screamed and rolled outside the 5 ancient peaks. Most of them directly fainted. Immediately, many cultivators outside the 5 immortal peaks were shocked. They stared at Lin Tian, and their expressions changed. It seems that the young man in yellow robes from the profound Gale Flame Island at the beginning was really injured by him, and he was sent flying outside the 5 ancient peaks. The young disciples of the 5 great sects are going to hold a competition here. It's said that each great sect sent an elder of the great Tao realm. Now he actually dares to attack the disciples of the 5 great sects here. Isn't he courting death? These cultivators were shocked. At the same time, the other cultivators in the 5 immortal peaks looked over. They were the members of the 5 great immortal sects, including the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate, and the other 4 great immortal sections. Most of them were from the younger generation, but there were also 5 experts from the older generation. All of them were in the Grand Tao realm. They were the elders of the 5 great immortal sects who were here to preside over the competition. Damn it, that person. How dare he attack the people of the 5 great sects? The young disciples of the 5 great sects glared at Lin Tian, and a cold expression appeared on their faces. The 5 experts of the older generation from the 5 great sects naturally stared at Lin Tian. Their expressions were cold, and they stepped forward. Among them, the elder of the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate, raised his hand and grabbed one of his disciples who was sent flying by Lin Tian. He directly scanned the disciple's sea of consciousness with his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, he understood everything. His gaze turned colder as he stared at Lin Tian. Our 5 great sects are holding a competition of the younger generation here. Not only did you not retreat, you actually dared to attack someone. Hearing the elder of the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate's words, the faces of the elders from the other 4 great sects sank. At the same time, the majority of the young disciples from the 5 great sects were furious, and many of them had killing intent in their eyes. Our 5 great sects hold a competition here every year, and no one has ever dared to not retreat to the outer regions of the 5 ancient peaks. Not only did he not retreat, he even attacked our people. This is behavior. He deserves to die. Elder, cripple him. Many young disciples from the 5 great sects shouted. Lin Tianten glanced at them coldly, and he couldn't be bothered with them. The dragon marks on the soles of his feet surged, and he broke the ground even faster. Looking at Lin Tiantan's attitude, the faces of the elders from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great sects turned even darker. Killing intent surged out of their bodies. The elder of the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate, snorted coldly, and he raised his hand. Killing intent intertwined as he slammed it towards Lin Tian. Elder, wait a moment. Right at this moment, a cold sneer sounded, and a tall man walked out. His gaze was somewhat oppressive, and the blood qi around him was extremely dense. It caused the space around him to distort, and many people's faces changed. That's Fu Tu Hong from the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate. What a powerful aura. Just her aura alone is enough to affect the surrounding space, causing it to distort. Many cultivators felt their hearts tremble. Moreover, even the 4 great Virtue Realm elders from profound Firestorm Island, Sanluo Divine Sect, Green Mark Immortal Pavilion, and Hegemon Immortal Sect could not help but be shocked by Fu Tu Hong's aura. Even great Virtue Realm existences like them were shocked. The elder of the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate, looked at Fu Tu Hong, and there was a smile on his face. Tu Hong, what's the matter? Fu Tu Hong was a rare genius of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. She had reached the half-step Grand Tao realm at such a young age, and her name had already spread throughout the 6th heaven. Her future achievements were limitless. Looking at Fu Tu Hong, the elder's face was naturally filled with smiles. Fu Tu Hong seemed a little arrogant, and she sneered at Lin Tian. Everyone thinks that I'm on par with the profound Firestorm Island Sanyoha, Hegemon Immortal Sects Gu Yangmu, Green Mark Immortal Pavilions O Wen Shu, and the Limitless Divine Sects Hao Xian Hui. Since the 4 of them are here, why don't we make a bet with this person? The 5 of us will attack together, and we'll see who gets the first place. This competition is simple, fair, and direct. P.S. I've made everyone worried recently. I sincerely thank everyone for their concern for Long. Thank you, Long is back. Long has just returned to Sichuan, and there are many things to do. This chapter is a little late. Please forgive me. Also, tomorrow's update should be around 9 p.m. Chapter 943. Fu Tu Hong had a tall stature, and a cold sneer hung on his face as he stared at Lin Tian frivolously. It was as if he was staring at a toy. Lin Tian merely swept a glance at this person. His expression was indifferent, and he did not bother with him. He merely stood quietly on the spot, and the dragon marks on the soles of his feet grew stronger. Strands of dragon marks entered the ground and headed for the fist-sized jade stone in the depths of the ancient peak. At the side, the whooshing crocodile couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tisk, TSK, 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 kid, you've become the target of the competition. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with the whooshing crocodile, and his attention was focused on the bottom of the ancient peak. At this time, the dragon marks on the soles of his feet had already broken through the 600 zhang layer of soil. They were about to reach the jade stone. At this time, he had to be more careful in controlling the dragon marks to prevent any damage to the jade stone. In the surroundings, the young disciples of the 5 great sects listened to Fu Tuhong's words, and many of their eyes lit up. I agree with senior brother Fu. A disciple of the coiling dragon, Holy Gate, said. I agree as well. Me too. Agree. That's good. Not only can we punish that bold thief, but we can also display the strength of our 5 senior brothers. Outstanding disciples of the other 4 great sects also spoke. At this time, all the disciples of the 5 great sects stared at Lin Tian with a cold smile on their faces. They then looked at the other 4 young men in the crowd. These 4 young men were separated by a certain distance. One of them was clad in black, and his expression was cold. He was the Sun Luo divine cult's Hao Xianhui. The second young man had a slender body and an indifferent expression. He was the Green Mark Immortal Pavilion's O Winshu. The third young man was clad in purple, and he was the Black Wind Flame Island's son, Yoha. The fourth young man had one hand behind his back, and he was the first immortal sex, Gu Yongmu. The 4 of them naturally heard Fu Tuhong's words, and at this time, their gazes landed on Lin Tian. Their expressions were cold. The 5 great sects' Grand Tao Realm Elders stared at Lin Tian, and they exchanged glances with each other. They couldn't help but nod their heads. Then let's do it this way, one of the elders said. Then the 5 of them nodded to the strongest of the younger generation in their respective sections. It was obvious that they would compete according to Fu Tuhong's idea. Fu Tuhong laughed maniacally, appearing even more domineering. She glanced at Lin Tianyi, then at Sun Yoha and the other 3 in the crowd. Her battle intent was extremely strong. Are we really going to use that person as the target of the competition? We'll use his life to determine who will be number 1 out of the 5. Isn't Madam too cruel? Outside the 5 ancient peaks, all the cultivators were staring at this place. Many of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Oh no, now I can't even die a quick death. Some cultivators looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but shake their heads. Lin Tian was naturally aware of everything around him, but he didn't care in the slightest. At this time, the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet interweaved, and he finally broke through the soil layer and arrived beside the jade stone at the bottom of the ancient peak. He took a step back, and there was a fist-sized hole under his feet. He slowed down the circulation of the dragon burial scripture. With a wave of his right hand, he grabbed a fist-sized jade stone from below. Around him, many cultivators were surprised when they saw the scene. He dug up a stone. He's been standing there all this time, so he was digging up a jade stone at the bottom of the ancient peak. That jade stone looks quite ordinary. Some cultivators said. These cultivators stood outside the 5 ancient peaks. On the surface, the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand was indeed very ordinary. However, Lin Tian was surprised at this time. At this time, he held the jade stone and felt his body suddenly become very comfortable. The divine power in his body automatically flowed faster, and his essence, energy, and spirit also became stronger in the blink of an eye. Even the great Tao Law in his body involuntarily surged and became extremely boiling, as if it was about to erupt into the sky. This thing, he was directly moved, and he stared at the jade stone in his hand without blinking. Just holding this jade stone, he felt that his strength in all aspects was enhanced. This is what you're looking for. Whooshing crocodile like Lin Tianyi didn't care about the cultivators of the 5 major sects and the group of individual cultivators outside the 5 ancient peaks at all. At this time, he came over and stared at the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand. After a pause, his eyes suddenly flickered a little. He muttered, "This thing, why does Lord Crocodile remember seeing it somewhere?" Lin Tian suddenly looked at him and asked, "Have you seen this jade stone?" Whooshing Crocodile pondered and said, "Well, I seem to have seen it somewhere. It seems to be a very extraordinary thing. Let Lord Crocodile think about it. I should be able to remember it soon." Lin Tian's eyes flashed a ray of light. He nodded and said to Whooshing Crocodile, "Okay, let's find a quiet place." With that said, he and Whooshing Crocodile turned around and walked out of the 5 ancient peaks. At this time, he had found what the divine sword in his sea of consciousness indicated, so there was no need to stay here anymore. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and a tall figure blocked in front of him. It was Fu Tu Hong of the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect. "You can't escape." Fu Tu Hong looked arrogant and blocked Lin Tian, but he didn't look at Lin Tian at all. Instead, his eyes fell on Sun Yuha and the other 4 young experts, not far away. Obviously, he didn't put Lin Tian in his eyes at all. "Your head will be mine in the end." He looked at Sun Yuha and the other 3 with a threatening fighting spirit. Sun Yuha of the Xianfeng Fire Island, Guiyangmu of the Heijia Immortal Sect, Owen Shu of the Green Mark Immortal Pavilion, and Hao Xianhui of the Sanluo Immortal Sect. These 4 people all looked indifferent. At this time they also moved. With one step, they covered a distance of 100 feet. In an instant, they came to the periphery of Lin Tian. They looked at each other coldly. Together with Fu Tu Hong, they surrounded Lin Tian in the center. Suddenly, tyrannical divine power intertwined outside the 5 people's bodies. There was even a faint fluctuation of Tao, law, permeating the air. "Kid, you've really become a target." Whooshing Crocodile clicked its tongue and wanted to laugh. Lin Tian didn't care about it. He glanced indifferently at the 5 people surrounding him. "Back off. Don't force me to kill you." His voice was calm and not loud at all, but it made all the cultivators in this place stunned. Outside the 5 peaks, all the cultivators stared at Lin Tian with a strange expression. At this time, Lin Tian was surrounded by Fu Tu Hong and the other 4 young experts who could kill ordinary Grand Tao cultivators. However, he actually told them to back off. "Don't force me to kill you." This was completely ridiculous and incomprehensible in the eyes of many cultivators. Inside the 5 peaks, the elders of the 5 great sects were expressionless, while the other young cultivators couldn't help but laugh. "Back off. Don't force me to kill you." "Ha ha ha, no, this is too funny." "Are you stupid? Because of extreme fear, your brain can't work anymore." Many young cultivators stared at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a clown. Their faces were full of mockery. Fu Tu Hong and the other 4 surrounded Lin Tian. They didn't care about Lin Tian's words at all, or it could be said that they directly ignored him. At this moment, the 5 of them were just staring at each other. The auras outside their bodies were already secretly clashing with each other. Then, as the auras outside their bodies grew stronger and stronger, the clash between their auras became even more intense, causing the void to creak like a fragile paper window. Distortions appeared as if it would shatter in the next moment. Such a scene made the hearts of all the cultivators in this place tremble. It's just a collision of auras, and it's already like this. This is terrifying. Among the younger generation, I reckon that only the divine sons and daughters of the top forces can suppress these 5 people. Outside the 5 ancient peaks, a cultivator said. Then these cultivators looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but shake their heads. Sigh. Why did he have to provoke the people of the 5 great immortal sects? Now, he's dead, and it will be very tragic. Many people sighed. Boom! At this time, 5 powerful divine powers shot up into the sky. Fu Tu Hong and the others looked at the other 4 people, their battle intent soaring wildly. His head is mine. Fu Tu Hong laughed wildly and took a step forward. Cold killing lights intertwined in his big hand, and he directly grabbed Lin Tian's head. Hao Xianhui of the Sunluo immortal sect snorted coldly and swung his sword away, striding towards Lin Tian. On the other side, Sun Yoha of the Black Gale immortal island, Guiyangmu of the Black Gale immortal sect, and Owen Shu of the Green Mark immortal pavilion also moved. Each of them shrouded Lin Tian with killing lights. At the same time, the 5 of them also used their divine powers and secret techniques at the same time, attacking each other to prevent anyone other than themselves from getting close to Lin Tian. Shocking divine lights shot out one after another. Boom! For a time, the space couldn't stop cracking. Dense cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Senior brother Hao of my sect will definitely take that person's head and become the number 1. Humph! Senior brother son of my Black Gale immortal island is the number 1. That person's head belongs to senior brother Fu Tu Hong of my sect. Senior brother Gu Yangmu is the strongest. Senior brother O of my pavilion will definitely suppress everyone and be the first to take that bastard's head. The young disciples of the 5 great immortal sects looked forward and stared at the strongest young experts of their respective sections. Each of them clenched their fists. The elders of the 5 great immortal sects who came here didn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations. But in fact, their eyes were intertwined with sharp lights. They stared at the young geniuses of their respective sects, clearly hoping that their own young geniuses would win. Boom! Divine energy vibrated. The 5 of them attacked Lin Tian while attacking each other, causing the ground to tremble. Lin Tian's expression remained indifferent as he stood in the middle of this violent, killing divine flow. You asked for it, he said. His voice was still very calm. A circle of golden light spread out like a ripple, spreading out in all directions. Instantly, a sizzling sound rang out. The divine abilities and secret techniques of Fu Tu Hong and the other 4 were all crushed in an instant. They were all sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood as they rolled several hundred feet away in a sorry state. In an instant, everyone in this place turned pale. How can this be? He didn't even move. He only spread out a circle of divine light, but he actually made those 5 young experts outside the 5 ancient peaks. All the cultivators were shocked. They stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. Within the 5 ancient peaks, the young disciples of the 5 great immortal sects and the 5 great Tao realm elders also changed their expressions. Their faces were full of shock. At the same time, the expressions of Fu Tu Hong and the other 4 changed drastically. They struggled to stand up in a sorry state and looked at Lin Tian with some shock. At this moment, the 5 of them were completely stunned. Just now, the 5 of them attacked at the same time. They did not take Lin Tian seriously at all. However, Lin Tian was different. With just a golden light, he shattered all their divine abilities and caused them to suffer unimaginable injuries. At this moment, they almost did not even have the strength to move. Lin Tian's expression was still indifferent. He raised his right hand slightly and pointed his index finger at Fu Tu Hong. Fu Tu Hong's expression changed instantly. Her arrogant attitude was no longer there. There was a hint of fear in her eyes. What do you want to do? Poof! A golden light flew out from Lin Tian's right index finger. It instantly arrived in front of Fu Tu Hong and crushed her. P.S. I woke up early in the morning to write my story. Now that I'm finally done, I'll update it immediately. I hope everyone will enjoy reading it. Also, it's still 1 update today. I'll adjust myself as soon as possible and resume 2 updates a day by the beginning of next month at the latest. I hope everyone can forgive me for these few days. I've just returned home and have a lot of things to do. Next, I'd like to recommend a Xianxia novel, Heaven's Rule. It was written by a fellow villager of the dragons. If you have time, go take a look and add it to your collection. Thank you. Chapter 944. Fu Tu-hong's body exploded, and blood splattered in the air, dyeing the ground red. Everyone was shocked. Fu Tu-hong is dead. This? Hee. Many cultivators stared at the spot where Fu Tu-hong's body exploded, then turned to look at Lin Tian. In an instant, their expressions changed. The powerful Fu Tu-hong, who was at the half-step Grand Dao realm, could kill ordinary early-stage Grand Dao realm experts. However, he was killed with a single finger. At this time, Sun Yoha and the other 4 young experts were stunned by this scene. Even their elders were astonished. Senior brother Fu. Senior brother was at the half-step Grand Dao realm. How could he be killed by that bastard? How is this possible? The group of Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's young disciples who had arrived were both shocked and enraged. The strongest young disciple of their faction, the person who was destined to become their holy prince, was actually killed in this place. Moreover, it was killed with a single finger. Bastard! Damn it! The Grand Dao Realm elder's eyes turned red, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. With a rumbling sound, this person directly stepped out and charged towards Lin Tian. His tyrannical divine power shattered a large part of the void. This, an elder from the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate, actually made a move. He's at the 4th Heavenly Dao Realm. Outside the 5 ancient peaks, many cultivators were shocked. Boom! Divine energy rippled as the elder from the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate, pressed down on Lin Tian. He stretched out his hand, and endless killing intent filled the air. Elder, kill him. Kill this bastard and take revenge for senior brother Fu. Kill. The group of young disciples from the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate, glared at Lin Tian with hatred. It was as if they wanted to eat Lin Tian alive. Boom! The elder from the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate, pressed down on Lin Tian. The killing intent in his hand became even more terrifying, and the wind howled. Damn it! That person roared furiously. A genius that was hard to come by in several thousand years had already reached the half-step Grand Dao realm at such a young age. His future achievements were limitless, and he could push the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate to greater heights. To the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, Huang Xiaolong was extremely important. But now, such a genius who was so important to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate was killed just like that. Die! This person glared at Lin Tian with bloodshot eyes. He slapped down the assassins who were covering the entire area with killing intent, and was about to go mad with hatred. With rumbling sounds, the crazy winds became even more unbridled, sweeping in all directions. Lin Tian stood in place and glanced at this person indifferently. He flicked his finger, and a golden sword light shot out. With a loud clang, the golden sword light pierced through the air, shattering all the killing lights. Before everyone's shocked gazes, the golden sword light pierced through the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's Grand Dao Elder's forehead. The Grand Dao Elder's head exploded, and even his soul was annihilated. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed again. There were even some people who couldn't help but tremble. A Grand Dao Realm Elder of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, actually, it was just a flick of the finger, and that's an expert of the Great Dao Realm! How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. This elder of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate was an expert of the 4th Heavenly Dao Realm. He was incomparably powerful, but such a powerful elder was killed with a flick of the finger, just like Fu Tu-hong. How strong was Huang Xiaolong's battle power? At this time, even the elders of the other 4 superpowers who had come to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate were shocked. The group of young disciples of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate trembled in fear. At this time, they stared at Lin Tian with fear in their eyes. You, you killed senior brother Fu Tu Hong and also our elder. Sect chief will not let you go. You will also die. Our coiling dragon, Holy Gate, won't let this matter rest. The young disciples of the same faction who had come to the coiling dragon, Holy Gate, were trembling in fear. While saying these words, they couldn't help retreating backwards. The whooshing crocodile swept a glance over these people and shook its head. Idiots! Even at this time, you still dare to make such threats. Almost as soon as the whooshing crocodile finished speaking, the sound of swords rang in the air. Lin Tian didn't even look at these young disciples of the coiling dragon Holy Gate. With a wave of his hand, dense golden sword chi flew towards the group of young disciples, like a meteor shower. In an instant, the group of young disciples of the coiling dragon Holy Gate who had come to the coiling dragon Holy Gate trembled violently. The fear in their eyes increased by more than 10 times. No, these people screamed in fear and tried to escape, but it was a pity that they couldn't escape. Pooh! 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 Blood mist exploded one after another, dyeing the void red. In the blink of an eye, all the young disciples of the coiling dragon Holy Gate who had come to the coiling dragon Holy Gate had been killed. In an instant, all the cultivators present trembled violently. All dead. These cultivators were horrified. The young disciples of the coiling dragon Holy Gate who could come to the coiling dragon Holy Gate were all outstanding people, and they were all future pillars of the Holy Gate. But now, all of them were killed in the blink of an eye. The coiling dragon Holy Gate will go crazy, someone said in a trembling voice. The people from the Green Mark Immortal Pavilion and the other 4 superpowers were shocked, and even the 4 Grand Dao elders were no exception. At this time, these people stared at Lin Tian, and all of them felt uneasy. Especially Sun Yoha, Guyangmu, Winshu, and Hao Xianhui. They couldn't help but tremble. Earlier, the 4 of them had surrounded Lin Tian with Fu Tu Hong, completely ignoring Lin Tian. They didn't put Lin Tian in their eyes at all, and only thought of Lin Tian as a tool. They just wanted to take Lin Tian's head to see who was the strongest. Who would have thought that the Lin Tian they were besieging would be so terrifying? He could actually kill Grand Dao experts with a wave of his hand. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stood in the middle of the battlefield, and he tilted his head to look at San Yoha, Guyangmu, Winshu, and Hao Xianhui. Competing with other people's lives, you think you're strong, but in reality you're a mess, he said indifferently. As soon as his words fell, 4 rays of golden sword light appeared around him. Instantly, Sun Yoha and the other 3 trembled violently, and all of them revealed a look of fear. At the same time, the expressions of the 4 superpowers elders changed, and they all rushed over. Stop! One of them cried out. Clang! The sound of swords rang out again. Beside Lin Tian, 4 rays of golden sword light slashed out in a straight line, arriving in front of Sun Yoha and the other 3 in the blink of an eye. Puff! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. Sun Yoha and the other 3 didn't even have time to dodge before they were all crushed into a bloody mist. Instantly, the expressions of all the cultivators in this place changed again, and many of them couldn't help but tremble. Sun Yoha, Guyangmu, Winshu, and Hao Xianhui, they were all killed. Someone trembled. The great Dao realm elders of the 4 superpowers, including the profound Wind Flame Island, roared furiously. The strongest young geniuses of their respective factions were actually killed in front of their eyes. They were extremely furious, and for a moment they actually forgot the scene of Lin Tiansha dying to that great Dao realm elder of the coiling dragon, Holy Gate. They pounced toward Lin Tian like crazy, and 4 rays of killing light pressed down violently. Golden light appeared around Lin Tian's body, spreading out like water ripples, and all 4 of them were sent flying while coughing up blood. Pung, pung, pung. The 4 of them rolled in the distance, and they only stood up after a long while. The killing intent and madness in their eyes had decreased by more than half, and it was replaced by intense fear. They stared at Lin Tian, and at this time they started to tremble. They didn't dare to shout, and they didn't dare to charge forward. Lin Tian's gaze was indifferent, and he swept a glance toward the four of them. The five immortals, peak belongs to you? I'm only standing here to look for something, and you want to forcibly expel me, make a move on me, and let the disciples of your sects decide who gets first place based on who gets my head first. You're treating me as a tool for the disciples of your sects to compete. Do you really think that the world already belongs to you? He raised his right hand, and 4 rays of sword light appeared, ringing loudly. If those few strongest young geniuses of your sects deserve to die, then you people who let those few people compete in this way deserve to die even more. The elders of the 4 great sects, including the profound Wind Flame Island, trembled at the same time. Their expressions changed greatly. Stop, clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and it directly suppressed everything. Lin Tianyi waved his hand, and 4 rays of sword light cut across the sky like 4 flashes of lightning, enveloping the elders of the 4 superpowers. In an instant, for mists of blood exploded, and the 4 of them were all crushed. Even their divine sense was annihilated. Instantly, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was completely stunned, unable to utter a single word. 4 great Tao realm experts, all of whom were at the 4th heaven of the great Tao realm, were actually killed by someone with a raise of his hand. Elders. No, how could this be? This is impossible. In the distance, the young disciples of the 4 superpowers were all terrified. At this moment, they could not help but tremble. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the young disciples of the 4 superpowers. Immediately, the young disciples of the 4 superpowers trembled violently again, and the fear in their eyes became even stronger. No, don't kill us! These cultivators retreated, trembling nonstop. Some of them even wet their pants, emitting a foul smell. Damn it, disgusting! Whooshing Crocodile cursed. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He glanced at these people and turned his head away. Let's go, he said to Whooshing Crocodile. As soon as he finished speaking, he rose into the air and stepped on the void. Soon he and Whooshing Crocodile stepped out of the range of the 5 immortals' peak and walked further away, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. Near the 5 immortals' peak, a group of cultivators looked in the direction where Lin Tian left. Although they could no longer see Lin Tian's figure, their eyes were still filled with intense shock and horror. This person, who is he? When did such a terrifying person appear in the younger generation? I've never heard of him before. He killed a 4th heaven of the great Tao realm expert with a raise of his hand. Many cultivators were horrified. The young disciples of Xianfeng Flame Island and the other immortal sects were even more terrified. Their 5 major immortal sects were holding a grand competition of the younger generation here, but now the strongest experts of the younger generation of their respective immortal sects were all killed. It was equivalent to their generation's saint being killed, and each of them lost a great Tao realm elder. Such a loss was too great. These young disciples' faces were all pale. They retreated, trembling, toward their respective immortal sections. They had to report this matter to the masters of their respective immortal sects as soon as possible. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile left the range of the 5 immortals' peak. Although their steps were gentle, their speed was very fast. At this time, they had already walked far away. They landed on a mountain and found a quiet place. Lin Tian spread his hands and took out the fist-sized jade stone that he dug out from under the 5 immortals' peak. Dots of light intertwined, causing the divine power in his body to flow faster again. The great Tao law also began to boil. Think carefully about what this is, he said to Whooshing Crocodile. Chapter 945. The jade shone with a faint light. It was only the size of a fist, but it was crystal clear, as if it was a perfect piece of art. As Lin Tian held the jade stone, he felt his essence, energy, and great Tao laws violently pulsating. "Think quickly," he said to the whooshing crocodile. The whooshing crocodile curled its lips. "What's the hurry? It's not like you're rushing to reincarnate." Although that was what it said, it still seriously stared at the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand and carefully thought about it. Lin Tian looked at it and did not disturb it. He waited quietly. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. At this time, the whooshing crocodile stared at the jade in Lin Tian's hand. Its eyes gradually widened, and its demon body trembled. Seeing its reaction, Lin Tian knew that it must have thought of something. He asked, "Do you know what this is?" The whooshing crocodile nodded. Its demon body was still trembling, and its eyes were full of shock. "This seems to be Qi, Stone of Fortune," it said with a trembling voice. Lin Tian frowned. Stone of Fortune. He had been in the cultivation world for many years and knew many things. However, this was the first time he had heard of something like the Stone of Fortune. The whooshing crocodile stared at the jade in Lin Tian's hand. Its eyes were full of shock. It took a few deep breaths to calm down. "You know the word fortune, right?" it said to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. He naturally knew about fortune. This kind of thing was the most illusory and generally referred to fate. It existed between heaven and earth and was something that living beings could not capture. Whether it was ordinary mortals, mortal empires, cultivators, or the inheritors of holy lands, they were all extremely concerned about fortune. They were even in awe of it. This was because it had a great impact on any living being, mortal empires, inheritors of holy lands, and even a great world. To give a simple example, if a person's luck was extremely good, he could pick up a saint weapon while casually walking in the mountains. But if his luck was extremely bad, then he could be struck by lightning as soon as he stepped out of the door. This was luck. This thing had too much to do with all things. Even though it couldn't be seen or touched, it was extremely important. Whooshing crocodile nodded. He stared at the fist-sized jade stone in Lin Tian's hand and took a deep breath before he said, "This immortal stone of destiny is a real immortal stone formed by destiny." When Lin Tian heard this, his hand trembled and he almost dropped the jade stone in his hand. "What did you say?" He glared at whooshing crocodile. Previously, when he heard whooshing crocodile mention the 4 words immortal stone of fate, and when he heard whooshing crocodile ask him about fate, he guessed that this jade stone might have something to do with fate. However, he never thought that the relationship would be so great that it was actually an immortal stone condensed from fate. What luck! That thing was illusory and untouchable. Even emperor-level experts couldn't perceive and capture it. But now, what he was holding in his hand was an immortal stone condensed from fate. "Are you sure?" He stared at whooshing crocodile. It wasn't that he didn't believe whooshing crocodile, but whooshing crocodile's words were too unbelievable. Fate, such a thing, can actually condense into a substance. This. Whooshing crocodile was already calmer at this time. After listening to Lin Tian's question, he hesitated for a while. This thing, Grandpa Crocodile only saw it in an unofficial history of the mortal world. At that time, because it involved fate, I took a few more glances and remembered it more clearly. The description is exactly the same as the jade stone in your hand, but whether it is the same or not, this is hard to say. Lin Tian frowned and muttered to himself, "Unofficial history of the mortal world." Although the unofficial history of the mortal world was occasionally true, most of them were fabricated by some storytellers. At this time, when he heard the 5 elements crocodile say this, he became even more suspicious. Was this thing really a substantial immortal stone, condensed from destiny? He stared at the jade stone in his hand with some doubts, but soon his frown deepened. At this time, looking at this fist-sized jade stone, he thought again. This jade stone was something that the divine sword in the sea of consciousness sensed. It had a big reaction, which was enough to show that it was extraordinary. Perhaps it was really an immortal stone, condensed from fate. For a moment, he felt a little conflicted. He paused, looked at Whooshing Crocodile, and asked again, in that unofficial history, did it mention the function of the immortal stone of fate? Whooshing Crocodile nodded. Of course, it is said to be able to turn mortals into immortals. In fact, it should mean that it can improve the strength of living creatures in all aspects. In addition, wearing it can multiply one's lifespan several times. One can live for a long time, and in the future, one's luck will also become extremely. Buzz! Suddenly, the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand shone brightly. It was dazzling, and it interrupted Whooshing Crocodile's next words. Then, the jade stone turned into light, and with a whoosh, it entered Lin Tian's palm and directly entered Lin Tian's body. Immediately, Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile were shocked. F***TK, brat, you absorbed it just like that. You haven't really figured it out yet. Aren't you afraid of exploding and dying after absorbing it? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Lin Tian was naturally shocked as well, but when he heard Whooshing Crocodile say exploding and dying, he still had the urge to beat it up. I didn't absorb it. It went in by itself. Buzz. Just as he finished speaking, the divine power, blood energy, and great Tao precepts in his body all boiled up. Outside his body, a dazzling divine light spread out. Then, in the next moment, there was a loud boom. With him as the center, a blazing golden divine light burst out. It directly shot into the sky and penetrated into the firmament in an instant. Bang! A strong force spread out with him as the center, forcefully flipping Whooshing Crocodile and throwing it hundreds of feet away. At this time, the space within a radius of hundreds of feet was completely covered by this golden divine light. An astonishing divine power intertwined, rolling like the raging waves of a vast ocean. Whooshing Crocodile stabilized its monster body in the distance. Looking at this scene, its eyes widened. This boom! Divine power surged. Hurricane after hurricane rippled out from Lin Tian's body, spreading in all directions like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Moreover, at the same time, numerous golden divine lotuses appeared in the space beside him. Every single golden divine lotus was intertwined with a divine aura, as if they were real lotuses. The scene was exceptionally shocking. Lin Tian was in the middle of these golden lotuses. At this time, even he was shocked. The divine power, blood energy, and great Tao precepts in his body seemed to have turned into wild horses that had broken free of their reins. They were completely out of his control and began to boil on their own. At this time, he could not even move his body. He could only grit his teeth and force a trace of his divine sense to look into his body. Then he saw that the fist-sized jade stone appeared beside his life origin. At this moment, it was emitting traces of light. As this light continued, the fist-sized jade stone gradually became smaller. He was shocked. This jade stone was actually melting and disintegrating in his body. Buzz! The jade stone trembled slightly and floated beside his life origin. Gradually, the light became more intense. Then, in the next moment, the jade stone trembled and shattered, turning into a pure light source that completely integrated into his life origin. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian was shocked again because to any living creature, life origin was the most important. But now, this jade stone had actually disintegrated and integrated into his life origin. This made him somewhat worried. But even so, he could not do anything at this moment, other than being able to force a trace of his divine sense to look inside and outside his body. He could not do anything else. Divine power, blood energy, and great Tao precepts were all completely out of his control. Boy, how are you? Whooshing Crocodile called out from afar. Lin Tian could not move his body. He could only force his eyes to indicate that he was fine for the time being. It was also at this moment that his Taoist body trembled, and a majestic force surged up from within his body like a volcanic eruption. He did not have the time to reply to whooshing crocodile. His divine sense looked inside his body again and saw that his life origin was emitting an incomparably dazzling light at this moment. It was actually beating like a heart. Every beat caused his Taoist body to tremble slightly, and every time it beat, an extremely strong force would surge out and fly to all parts of his body. For a moment, the divine power in his body flowed even faster, and his essence, energy, and spirit rose at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, it was also at this moment that he could move. Although his divine power, blood energy, and great Tao precepts were still boiling and expanding, he could control them. He was slightly moved. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the Sun Heart Sutra and began to adjust his path at the same time. Buzz! As he activated the Sun Heart Sutra, the golden divine light outside his body became even more blazing and powerful, and the speed at which his essence, energy, and spirit rose also became faster. In the short span of a few breaths, his cultivation level increased greatly, and it was still continuing. It continued to rise at an astonishing speed. This caused whooshing crocodile, who was not far away, to be shocked. Its eyes widened even more. According to this situation, is he going to directly rush to the 9 heavens of the great Tao? He just entered the 8 heavens of the great Tao not long ago. It stared at Lin Tian in shock, and then its body trembled again. That piece of jade, is it really the stone of destiny recorded in that unofficial history book? Seeing Lin Tian's essence, energy, spirit, and cultivation level increase at this moment, even an old monster like it was shocked. Buzz! In front of Lin Tian, divine light surged outside his body like waves of golden waves. The scene was extremely shocking. Lin Tian was in this divine light, and the Sun Heart Sutra activated even faster, causing the golden divine light outside his body to become even more intense. At the same time, he looked inside his body. His life origin suddenly became brighter and stronger. There were pieces of divine light overflowing, turning into waves of majestic energy that surged into every corner of his body. As this majestic energy surged into every part of his body and was fully refined by his Sun Heart Sutra, his essence, energy, and spirit began to grow stronger at an even faster speed, and his cultivation level rose steadily. That piece of jade, is it really the essence of destiny? He was shocked. Chapter 946. A Genius Remembers. Love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian was really a little surprised. After the jade stone broke down and entered his life essence, its effect was too great. It was much more amazing than the life crystal back then. They could not be compared. With his current cultivation of the 8th heaven of the Great Path, this jade stone could actually make his life essence continue to strengthen. His essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation were all rising rapidly. Such a piece of jade stone had such amazing effects. He faintly believed that this might really be a real celestial stone condensed from illusory fate. Buzz! His body trembled slightly. After the jade stone merged with his life essence, it became even brighter. At this time, majestic power overflowed again, quickly pouring into every corner of his body, causing the golden divine light outside his body to become thicker and thicker. Even his hair was dyed with a layer of golden brilliance. His entire body seemed to be cast from gold, and his aura was astonishing. And with this vast and mighty divine light, his cultivation rose even faster. His powerful blood, chi, almost penetrated the firmament. This brat, in the distance, whooshing crocodile, was dumbfounded. Lin Tian's essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation were rising too quickly. At this time, Lin Tian was in the middle of the dazzling golden divine light. In the void beside him, golden lotuses swayed, sacred and auspicious, making him seem unapproachable. It was as if a celestial king had reappeared in the world. He stood there and slowly put away the shock in his heart. He forced himself to calm down and operated the Sun Heart Sutra. He seriously refined the power of the jade stone that overflowed from his life essence, causing his strength in all aspects to increase rapidly. Buzz! He stood in the mountain with his eyes slightly closed. The golden light outside his body intertwined, and then a faint light of the way flickered. This light of the way was very peaceful at first, but in the blink of an eye it became thicker, as if a sea of the way was churning. Lin Tian had just calmed down, but now he was shocked again. At this moment, with the Sun Heart Sutra refining the power of the jade stone that overflowed from the origin of life, his great Tao suddenly began to boil rapidly, like a volcano that had been dormant for a long time erupting. The situation was horrifying. Such a situation had never occurred before. Even when he comprehended the Tao insight of the Emperor, it was far from comparable to this. The boiling degree of the laws of the Grand Tao had far exceeded his imagination and control. As the laws of the Great Path boiled like this, the Tao power in his body began to expand. A terrifying force surged out, directly shattering a large space around him. Even the ground beneath his feet cracked, quickly spreading in all directions. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile flapped its wings and retreated. The shock in its eyes became even stronger. At this moment, Lin Tian's power of the great Tao had swelled to a frightening level. In just a short moment, it had already doubled in size. This shocked the whooshing crocodile to no end. Boom! In this space, a violent wind swept through, and the Tao light rolled like waves, almost drowning all directions. Lin Tian felt all of this and was shocked. He felt as if his body was about to burst from the rapidly expanding laws of the great Tao. He didn't dare to slack off at all and hurriedly devoted 90% of his energy to his own laws of the great Tao. He began to integrate himself into his own laws of the great Tao, seriously regulating his breathing, sorting out and comprehending. As he seriously regulated his breathing, the laws of the great Tao in his body gradually calmed down. However, they were still expanding and growing at an astonishing speed. It was as if he was a cultivator who had consumed the forbidden Baodan to increase his strength. He circulated the Sun Heart Sutra over and over again, silently regulating his breathing and sorting out his laws of the great Tao. The Tao light outside his body became stronger and stronger, and the laws of the great Tao in his body became purer and purer. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. At this time, although the Tao light outside his body was still boiling, it was much calmer than before. It was also at this time that his life source trembled slightly, and his sea of consciousness was in turmoil, causing his divine sense to suddenly appear in a hazy and boundless world. This world was still the same world that he used to comprehend his own laws of the great Tao. In this world, there were beautiful rivers and majestic mountains. Strands of Tao light flickered, giving people a feeling of vastness. "It's here again," he softly muttered to himself. His divine sense stood in this world, and he knew that this world did not really exist. It was just a kind of Tao realm that his laws of the great Tao had evolved, so he was not surprised. Moreover, his divine sense had entered this world several times already, so he was not unfamiliar with this world at all. At this time in this world, he thought about the jade stone that had fused into his life source. He was already completely sure that the jade stone was the stone of destiny that Whooshing Crocodile had mentioned in the unofficial history book. It was only beneficial to him. He pondered for a moment. After he was truly sure of this, he was first slightly shocked, but then he gradually calmed down. After all, he had been shocked for a long time. He shook his head slightly and began to look at this world. This was a world that had evolved from his laws of the great Tao. He had to seriously gaze at this world and comprehend his own laws of the great Tao. Using his divine sense to gaze at this world and carefully perceive everything in this world, he was comprehending his own laws of the great Tao. He silently looked at this world and only felt that this world had become even vaster, vast and boundless. He resided in this world, and just like in the past, he watched the sun rise and set, watched the plants wither and grow again. The only difference was that when he came here this time, his perception of these scenes was clearly much clearer, and it was like a dark cloud had been pushed aside. There is the principle of the cycle of all things, but more importantly, it seems that all things always have the opportunity to be born and will never fall and wither. He softly muttered to himself. He looked at these scenes, and his understanding of them was much clearer than before, but he still did not know what laws of the great Tao were. And regarding this, after being puzzled several times, he was very calm and did not care at this time. His divine sense interweaved in this space, condensing into his figure, looking at the mountains, looking at the rivers, looking at everything. The sun rose and set, and the 4 seasons alternated. At the bottom of a mountain, he saw a white rabbit slowly jump down from a large yellow rock. Then, almost in the next moment, the yellow rock collapsed together with the ground below, and a bottomless black hole appeared. The white rabbit was safe and sound, and did not even look back as it slowly walked into the distance. He walked through an old forest and saw a mountain deer drinking by a river. After a while, the mountain deer slowly left. The calm river suddenly boiled, and the mountain torrents erupted. In an instant, everything on both sides of the river was submerged. He passed by a large mountain, and there was an eagle's nest in the mountain. The moment the eagle flapped its wings and left the nest to look for food, the entire mountain collapsed, crushing the nest into pieces, leaving only the eagle flapping its wings in the sky. This is fate? Fate? Looking at these scenes, Lin Tian was moved. The moment the white rabbit stepped over the rock sank with the ground, and the bottom of the black hole could not be seen. The moment the mountain deer turned around to drink, the mountain flood erupted, drowning everything. The moment the eagle left the nest, the mountain collapsed, crushing the eagle's nest. It was just a casual and simple movement, yet they had brushed shoulders with death. He couldn't help but be moved by this. This was definitely luck. My Tao was affected by that piece of jade. He was puzzled and puzzled. He pondered, but it was difficult for him to understand. In the end, he could only shake his head and silently stare at this world as usual. His divine sense was in this world, and in the following time he continuously saw similar scenes, reflecting and comprehending them one by one. Then, in this world, the light of the Tao became more sparkling, and there were even Tao rainbows that appeared in many places. Buzz. At the same time, in reality, the golden divine light outside his body became more resplendent, and the light of the great Tao became more intense. In this way, time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. On this day, the golden divine light and the divine light of the great Tao outside Lin Tian's body became extremely intense. Then, the space between his eyebrows also shone brightly, and there was an astonishing surge of divine power that quickly calmed down. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and the light of the Tao intertwined in his eyes, crystal clear and hazy, like a great river of divine light. The 9 levels of the great Tao. He said to himself. For 2 months, he stood motionless in the mountains, silently refining the power of the jade stone that had integrated into his body. He cultivated the Sun Heart Sutra and comprehended his own Tao. At this moment, he broke through again and stepped into the 9 levels of the great Tao. At this time, he used his divine sense to look inside his body. The jade stone had been completely refined, and his life origin had also calmed down. It was brighter and more resplendent than 2 months ago, and it had completed another great sublimation and become even stronger. He gently clenched his hands, and suddenly there was a burst of sound like beans being fried. There was a faint light of the Tao intertwining on the surface of his body, and it was twice as strong as 2 months ago. There was an astonishing divine power of the great Tao permeating the air, and it was very frightening. At the same time, he clearly felt that his blood and qi had risen a lot, and his physique had become stronger. His divine sense had become more powerful, and the divine power in his body was rolling like a golden ocean, as if there would never be a time when it would be exhausted. Good. His eyes were intertwined with a bright light, and he was a little excited. At this time his strength in all aspects had risen greatly, and he was much, much stronger than 2 months ago. Boy, how is it? In the distance, Whooshing Crocodile saw Lin Tian open his eyes and move, and immediately shouted at Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at Whooshing Crocodile in the distance, and said, "Everything is good, very good." With a smile on his face, he walked towards Whooshing Crocodile. However, in the next moment, his whole body trembled violently, and his sea of consciousness suddenly shook greatly. A shocking image suddenly appeared, and his divine sense seemed to have been pulled out of his body in an instant, and he came to a vast battlefield in the starry sky. In this battlefield he saw huge stars exploding one after another, and black holes appearing horizontally. A blood-soaked figure charged in the starry sky, and his aura was strong enough to swallow mountains and rivers. He went against a pair of huge eyes and shattered a large part of the starry sky with one punch. Ah! The blood-soaked figure roared angrily, and the Tao of heaven and earth boiled. The starry sky collapsed, and everything around him was destroyed. In the end, only that pair of huge eyes were left, deep and boundless and cold and emotionless. The image collapsed here, and Lin Tian's powerful body couldn't help but tremble violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of essence blood on the spot. Chapter 947. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian coughed up blood. His body trembled violently, and his face turned pale. Just now, the scene that suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness was too terrifying. It appeared out of nowhere like a dream, but it was so real. He actually saw people fighting in the starry sky, and they actually shattered stars with a raise of their hands. What level of combat power was that? In this world, could anyone fight in the starry sky? And that pair of huge eyes. Thinking of those eyes, his body trembled involuntarily, and a trace of fear rose instinctively. Just what kind of creature could have such huge pupils? The stars in the starry sky were like dust in front of it, just a pair of eyes, and it almost occupied the entire universe. What's going on? What is that? His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. With a whoosh, the Whooshing Crocodile stepped over from afar. Its expression changed slightly as it stared at Lin Tiandao. "Kid, what's wrong with you? Did you get a Tao injury because of a mistake in your enlightenment?" Just a moment ago, it saw that Lin Tian was fine and his aura was very strong. But suddenly it saw Lin Tian coughing up blood. This change was too sudden, and it moved it. "I'm fine." Lin Tiandao. At this time his mind was filled with the scene that he saw in his mind. It was too terrifying, and it terrified him. Hearing his words and seeing his shocked expression, the Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but be suspicious. "You really didn't get a Tao injury? Then why did you suddenly vomit blood? Also, what do you mean by that blank and shocked expression of yours?" Lin Tian thought about the scene that he saw in his mind, and his heart palpitated. But he could naturally hear the Whooshing Crocodile's words, and he could sense everything around him. He shook his head and said the same 2 words, "I'm fine." As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath, and used the Sun Heart Sutra to force himself to calm down. Even so, there was still unconcealable shock in the depths of his eyes, and he couldn't help but frown deeply. He just stood there, thinking about the scene that suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. After dozens of breaths, he still had no clue. He didn't understand why such a terrifying scene suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. He couldn't figure it out at all. "Love, go little, say, netu chu, let's leave this place first," he said to Whooshing Crocodile. As he walked out of the mountain, he couldn't help but think about that starry sky scene. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips, flapped its 5-colored wings, and followed. "You brat, you must be hiding something." As it spoke, it didn't ask any more questions because, after scanning Lin Tian, it clearly felt that there was a great change in Lin Tian. He's reached the 9 heavens of the Great Path. It stared at Lin Tian with a shocked expression. It felt that Lin Tian's aura was much stronger than it was 2 months ago. Lin Tian nodded. Yes, I'm close to the middle of the 9 heavens of the Great Path. It's all thanks to that immortal stone, he said to Whooshing Crocodile. The unofficial history you read should be correct. That should be something substantial, condensed from fate. The reason he was able to be so sure was because of the most crucial proof. After he refined and absorbed the jade, he'd seen numerous scenes that were related to karmic luck and fate when he comprehended the laws of the Grand Tao within him. At this time, when he said this, his mind was still recalling the scene of the starry sky battlefield that he saw in his sea of consciousness. However, he had calmed down a lot, and the shock in his eyes had almost disappeared. It's really something condensed from fate. This is really, Whooshing Crocodile murmured. At first, although it said that the jade stone was the immortal stone of fate and told Lin Tian the contents of the unofficial history it had read, it wasn't very sure. However, at this moment, after Lin Tian refined that jade stone, he said with certainty that the jade stone was a substantial condensed from fate. This made it feel waves of surprise. It looked at Lin Tian and asked curiously, Boy, after refining it, other than cultivation, what other changes did you experience? The value of a substantial immortal stone, condensed from fate, was immeasurable. Even a flawless, heavenly treasure couldn't compare to it. Now that Lin Tian had refined such a piece of immortal stone of fate, it naturally wanted to know its specific effects. This was because, on the surface, it only sensed that Lin Tian's cultivation had increased by a small level. It wasn't very clear about the rest. My cultivation has increased by a small level. My life origin has been refined again, and my soul has improved by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, my great path nomological laws have more than doubled in strength. In addition, my physique, divine sense, blood qi, and so on have also improved greatly. Lin Tianandao, the 5-element crocodile's eyes instantly opened wide when he heard this. The changes to his physique, divine sense, and vital energy weren't bad. But the most shocking thing was that after refining the rock of karmic luck, Lin Tian's life quintessence had actually improved once more after he refined the life crystal, and his soul had improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the laws of the Grand Tao had become more than 2 times stronger. This was too shocking. Before Lin Tian refined the immortal stone of fate, he was at the 8th level of the Great Path. At this level of cultivation, his life origin had improved again, his soul had improved by leaps and bounds, and his great path nomological laws had more than doubled in strength. Just thinking about this kind of improvement was a little scary. It felt that even a half-step emperor would be shocked if they heard it. If this is really the case, then you can definitely kill a first-level enlightenment cultivator easily now. It was a little shocked. Lin Tian's combat strength was originally extremely strong. Now that such a big change had occurred, the increase in his combat strength would naturally be very terrifying. Lin Tian nodded. Yes. He was clearer than anyone about his own changes. Now he could clearly feel the majestic battle power flowing in his body. He could easily kill a cultivator in the 1st layer of Enlightenment Realm. He could also kill a cultivator in the 2nd layer of Enlightenment Realm with a little effort. Even if he faced a cultivator in the 3rd layer of Enlightenment Realm, he would not be defeated if he used all his strength. Whooshing Crocodile stared and gritted its teeth. Damn pervert. His luck is really good. He can actually find the immortal stone condensed by fate. As it spoke, it suddenly had a face full of doubts and asked Lin Tianandao, Speaking of which, how did you know that there was such an immortal stone of fate hidden under the 5 Immortals' peak after a trip to the desolate god mausoleum? Thinking about this at this time, it really felt a little strange. I suddenly thought of it. Lin Tian said casually. Whooshing Crocodile gritted its teeth. Obviously, it was very dissatisfied with this answer, but it did not continue to ask. Next time, I will also find immortal stone of fate. It gritted its teeth. Lin Tian did not say anything and walked out of the mountain. His mind was still thinking about the scene of the starry sky battlefield that suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. From time to time he would frown. This was really because the blood-soaked figure and the pair of huge eyes were too shocking. They actually fought in the starry sky universe, making it difficult for him to forget in a short period of time. Soon, several hours passed. At this time, he and Whooshing Crocodile had already left the mountain far away and were walking casually along a main road. There were many people coming and going around the main road, and there were many cultivators. Naturally, some people noticed them, and their faces immediately changed. It's that man. Some cultivators stared at Lin Tian and were shocked. Along with this exclamation, many cultivators in the vicinity immediately looked over. Then, when they saw Lin Tian, all of their faces changed. Many of them even hurriedly retreated to the sides of the main road, looking at Lin Tian with a fearful expression. 2 months ago, Lin Tian had destroyed the grand competition of the younger generation of the 5 great immortal sects, including the Coiling Dragon Sacred Sect. He had also killed the strongest young experts of the 5 great immortal sects and the great Tao Realm Elders who went to the grand competition. This news had spread, and many cultivators already knew about it. At this moment, when they saw Lin Tian, they were naturally afraid. All of them avoided Lin Tian as if he was the god of death. Brat Lin, no matter where you go, you really make people afraid. You're like a demon leader. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian ignored it. His mind was thinking about the blood-soaked figure and the pair of huge eyes as he walked forward. As for the reactions of the cultivators here, he naturally guessed that it was related to the matter of him killing the strongest young experts of the 5 great immortal sects and the great Tao Realm Elders of the 5 great immortal sects 2 months ago on the 5 immortal peaks. He did not care about this and continued to walk away with Whooshing Crocodile. When they were far away, the cultivators around the main road finally heaved a sigh of relief. It's really that man. 2 months ago, he destroyed the grand competition of the younger generation of the 5 great immortal sects, including the Coiling Dragon Sacred Sect. He killed the strongest young experts of the 5 great immortal sects and the 5 great Tao Realm Elders who went to the grand competition. He's a ferocious man. That's not all. It's said that before that, the Saint Princes of the Dark Heart Sword Sect, Ink Feather Origin Hall, and Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect, which are slightly weaker than the 5 great immortal sects, were also killed by this man. The 9 great Tao Realm Elders of these 3 sects joined forces to kill this man, but they were no match for him. In the end, they were all killed. What? There's such a thing. Of course there is. It's true. He looks like a young man in his 20s. How can he be so terrifying? Many cultivators discussed in shock. The 5 great immortal sects have been chasing after him for the past 2 months, especially the Coiling Dragon Sacred Sect. Almost all of the outstanding young disciples of the Coiling Dragon Sacred Sect were killed, and they suffered heavy losses. It's said that an 8th Heavenly Tao Realm expert jumped out, but unfortunately they couldn't find this person. Now that he has appeared, the 5 great immortal sects will probably kill him soon. Someone murmured. Don't forget, there are still the Dark Heart Sword Sect and the other 2 sects. The cultivator who mentioned that Lin Tian had killed the holy sons of the Dark Heart Sword Sect, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall, and the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect said, These 3 sects have also sent experts to hunt him down, but there has been no result. Now that he has appeared, he will probably kill his way over soon. Hearing this, the crowd of cultivators trembled slightly. Many of them looked in the direction Lin Tian had left, and they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. He was just one person, but he had to face the merciless pursuit of 8 sects at the same time. Just thinking about this made them feel cold all over, as if they had fallen into a bottomless snow abyss. At this time, Lin Tian had already walked far away. Although he could still hear the discussions of these cultivators due to his powerful cultivation, he didn't care and his pace didn't change. Now he didn't have a special place to go, so he gradually stopped thinking about the blood-soaked figure and the huge pair of eyes. Instead, he prepared to look at feng shui again and cultivate his state of mind, because he had just entered the 8th heavenly Tao realm and then entered the 9th heavenly Tao realm. His cultivation had improved too quickly. In order to maintain the stability of his Taoist foundation, he had to cultivate his state of mind. Moreover, the cultivation of the state of mind was also very important to a cultivator, sometimes even more important than cultivation. He walked into the distance, walking on the main road, crossing the mountains and forests, looking at the mountains and rivers, looking at the flowers, insects, and birds. Soon, 3 days had passed, and the aura on his body had become much calmer, giving people a very ethereal feeling. On this day, when he walked out of a large mountain and was about to enter an old forest, dozens of powerful waves of divine power suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Dozens of people rushed over. Their bodies were surrounded by waves of Tao law, and they carried bone-piercing, killing intent. Kid, the people who are looking for trouble with you are here. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Chapter 948. Dozens of figures rushed over from afar. Every single one of them had dense waves of the great Tao intertwined around their bodies. In almost an instant, they had arrived before Lin Tian and surrounded him. Every single one of them had bone-piercing, killing intent on their faces. Lin Tian stared coldly at these people. Just from their auras, he could feel that these people belonged to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great sections. Move aside, don't block the way. He appeared very calm. He knew why these people were here, but he couldn't care less about them. There were a total of 21 people surrounding him, and each of them was a powerful existence in the great Tao realm. Among them, there were 5 people from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, for from the Myriad Divine Cult, for from the Profound Wind Flame Island, for from the Green Mark Immortal Pavilion, and 4 from the Hexa Immortal Sect. These people had rushed over to surround Lin Tiantan, and they were already filled with killing intent. When they saw how calm Lin Tiantan was when they charged over, and he even said, "Move aside, don't block the way to them," their killing intent intensified. They clenched their fists, and it was as if they wanted to eat Lin Tiantan alive. Beast! One of the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate's great Tao realm experts roared. His cultivation was at the 5th heavenly Tao realm, and he directly made his move. Like a torrent of destruction, he appeared in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye, and a dragon claw made a grab at Lin Tian's head. This kind of speed was shocking, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to react in time. But to Lin Tian it was nothing. He merely raised his hand and grabbed the person's wrist. The Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate's expert, was shocked and angered at the same time. "Little beast, you!" Bang. Lin Tian was expressionless as he calmly raised his leg and kicked the person's abdomen, sending him flying more than 100 zhang away. Seeing this scene, the other 20 people's faces turned serious. However, in the next moment, the killing intent on their bodies became even denser. Almost at the same time, the great Tao realm expert from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, who was sent flying, burst out with even more shocking divine might, and he rushed back from 100 zhang away. "Damn thing!" Staring at Lin Tian, the man clenched his fists, his face livid. He was in the 5th heaven of the great Tao, but just now he had been sent flying by Lin Tian with a single kick. This caused a sliver of humiliation to rise up in his fury, and his gaze became incredibly vicious. Lin Tian tilted his head to look. With a wave of his hand, a beam of golden sword light appeared and sliced through the air. Pooh! The Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's disciple was pierced through the abdomen, and half of his body exploded into pieces. It was a ghastly sight. Ah! This person let out a great roar and quickly condensed a physical body. He immediately became even more shocked and angry, feeling even more humiliated. Beside him, the others were shocked. Before they had chased after him, they had already known that Lin Tian's battle strength was extremely strong, and he could kill great Dao realm experts. However, seeing the coiling dragon Holy Gates disciples suffer defeat twice in a row by Lin Tian, they couldn't help but feel shocked. After all, the coiling dragon Holy Gates disciple was in the fifth heaven of the great Dao realm. He was much stronger than the 5 great Dao realm experts who had gone to the 5 immortal peaks to participate in the youth competition. However, the shock on these people's faces only lasted for an instant. In the next moment, killing intent surged from their bodies once again. Another expert from the coiling dragon Holy Gate walked out. It was an old man in embroidered robes. His face was full of wrinkles, but the blood qi he exuded was terrifying. Bastard, you will die today. This person was in the 6th heaven of the great Dao realm, and his killing intent surged, shaking the void. Moreover, the other people's killing intent was also extremely strong and piercing. More than 10 waves of divine might surged out in an instant, creating violent hurricanes in this area. In the blink of an eye, a large part of the void collapsed. Lin Tian stood in the middle of these 20 people's encirclement. From beginning to end, his expression was calm, and there was no change in his expression. In the next moment, he shifted his gaze slightly, looking towards the southeast. Almost at the same time, more than 10 waves of divine might appeared from the southeast. 12 figures rushed over at high speed, and Dao law fluctuations intertwined around their bodies. When they arrived, they immediately fixed their eyes on Lin Tian. Every one of them was filled with shocking killing intent. The 20 people from the 5 great immortal sects glanced at each other, and their murderous gazes landed on Lin Tian once again. Dark Heart Sword Sect, Inkfeather Origin Hall, Rainbow Blood Immortal Sect, Brat Lin, including the 21 people from the 5 great immortal sects. There are a total of 33 great Dao realm experts coming to kill you. TSK, this lineup is not small, Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian appeared very calm. In the face of 33 great Dao realm cultivators, there was still no change in his expression. Looking at these 33 people, he said indifferently, "I'll say it one more time. All of you get out of my way. Don't block my way." His voice was still calm and not loud, but it made the 33 people's expressions turn even colder, and their killing intent soared. Arrogant thief. No need to talk nonsense with him. Just attack and kill him. Kill. Crush him to death. We can't kill him easily. We have to extract his soul and torture him. Dozens of people's expressions were vicious. Boom. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people attacked together, slashing out rays of killing light. It was terrifying, especially the coiling dragon, Holy Gates, 5th firmament, great Dao realm expert, who attacked Lin Tian. The killing light around his body was the most intense. He directly propped up a destructive divine power, pressing down on Lin Tian with momentum to annihilate all things. Clearly, he wanted to kill Lin Tian as quickly as possible. For a moment, violent auras intertwined, shaking all directions. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds rang out. Faced with the prowess of 33 great Dao realm experts attacking together, the void space here couldn't withstand it and directly collapsed. Cracks extended out in all directions like spiderwebs, and the scene was exceptionally terrifying. Lin Tian was in the middle of it all. Facing such violent killing intent, his expression remained calm, and there was no change in his expression. He didn't say anything. Raising his hand, he casually slashed out a golden sword light. In an instant, along with a series of crackling noises, the 30 or so great Dao cultivators' attacks were all crushed to pieces. How is this possible? Dozens of people's expressions changed. The coiling dragon Holy Gates, 5th firmament, great Dao realm expert, gritted his teeth and shouted, Everyone use more strength. He's only one person. He glared at Lin Tian, and his killing intent surged. He propped up an even more powerful divine power, and his gaze was incomparably vicious. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to stop so many of us. His ending can only be clang. A sword chime resounded, and it was extremely ear-piercing. It directly suppressed this person's words. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. With a wave of his hand, a resplendent sword light slashed out. As if it had transcended space, it arrived in front of the coiling dragon, Holy Gate's fifth firmament, great Tao realm expert, and slashed down. The coiling dragon, Holy Gate's fifth firmament, great Tao realm expert, immediately felt a great threat. His expression changed, and he quickly retreated. However, the golden sword light was too fast. Moreover, it had sealed off the surroundings. There was no way for him to escape. No. Stop. Puff. A mist of blood exploded, and the fifth firmament, great Tao realm expert from the coiling dragon, Holy Gate, was crushed into pieces. Even his soul was destroyed. In an instant, the other 32 people's expressions changed. At this moment, Lin Tian had actually killed one of them so easily in the encirclement of several dozen of them. Such battle prowess made them involuntarily tremble. I'll give you one last chance. Get out of the way and don't block my path. Don't make a move against me, or I won't mind killing all of you. Lin Tian spoke at this time. His face was expressionless. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, preparing to leave this place and continue cultivating. The 32 great Tao realm experts stared at Lin Tian. There was a trace of fear in their eyes, but the killing intent in their eyes grew stronger. Do you really think you're invincible? An eighth firmament, great Tao realm expert from the coiling dragon, Holy Gate, snorted. He raised a high-grade Tao weapon, and his killing intent was intimidating. Everyone, let's attack together. If we don't kill him today, what will happen to our sect's face? He must die. The other 3 great Tao realm experts from the coiling dragon, Holy Gate, shouted. As soon as they finished speaking, they charged towards Lin Tiansha. The other great Tao realm experts were filled with killing intent. In a split second of hesitation, some of them charged out. Kill! A person from the Sanluo Divine sect let out a low roar. He raised a high-grade Tao weapon and used it to unleash an extremely violent killing divine ability. Then, the others followed one after another, and each of them displayed powerful secret arts. Boom! In the blink of an eye, dense killing intent enveloped the surroundings, shattering pieces of space. This kind of power was somewhat terrifying, causing the birds and beasts in the nearby mountains and forests to tremble in fear. At the same time, some of the cultivators far away also sensed this fluctuation, and all of them were shocked. This is far away. What's happening? It seems like someone is fighting. What powerful fluctuations. There seems to be the aura of great Tao intertwining, and there's more than one. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. Soon, some people rushed towards Lin Tian's location. Not long after, some cultivators rushed to Lin Tian's location. When they saw the scene of dozens of great Tao realm experts from the 8 great sects surrounding Lin Tian, they were shocked. It's that person. 2 months ago, the person who killed the strongest experts of the younger generation from the 5 great sections. The people around him, these people, they seem to be. They are the experts from the coiling dragon, Holy Gate, Azura Divine Cult, Green Mark Immortal Pavilion, Enigmatic Wind Flame Island, and Jiao Immortal Sect. Also, Ink Feather Origin Hall, Blood Blast Immortal Sect, and Dark Heart Sword Sect. There are also experts here. More than 30 people. All of them are in the Great Tao realm. The cultivators who rushed to the scene were shocked. Boom! Divine arts surged in front of them, and endless killing intent filled the air. More than 30 great Tao realm experts attacked together, and the power was extremely terrifying. Pieces of the void collapsed, and pieces of the ground were shattered. Lin Tian was in the middle of it all, and he appeared very calm. With just a casual step, those dense killing intent couldn't get close to him. Azura, Great Plate. Coiling Dragon, Ultimate Kill. Immortal Slaying Divine Tower. Chapter 949. The three cultivators of the sixth firmament of the Great Path all charged towards Lin Tian and unleashed their strongest divine techniques and precepts of the Great Path. Their might was truly astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they interweaved into a destructive sea of divine light that enveloped all directions. Crack! 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 Immediately the void collapsed. The terrifying power made the crowd of cultivators who had just rushed over from afar palpitate. Lin Tian stood in the middle of this destructive divine light, but there was no change in his emotions. His face was expressionless. I've given you chances time and time again. Unfortunately, you insist on courting death. His voice was indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand shook. Golden divine light spread out and shattered the destructive divine light in front of him. Then he attacked again. With a wave of his hand, 3 towering sword lights pierced through the air with the power to slay immortals. They mercilessly fell on the 3 people who had rushed towards him. Instantly, the 3 great Tao cultivators' expressions changed. At the same time, they felt the threat of death. Their backs instantly turned cold, and they quickly retreated. However, the 3 towering sword lights that Lin Tian slashed out were too fast. In the blink of an eye, they fell on the 3 people. Puff! 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 The 3 mists of blood directly exploded. These 3 people were unable to block or evade. They were instantly pulverized by the 3 streaks of sword light. Even their spirits cracked and shattered in the air. They were completely annihilated. Those were 3/6 heavens of the great Tao cultivators. They were actually killed in an instant. How is this possible? Not far away, the crowd of cultivators was aghast. The 3/6 heavens of the great Tao cultivators were all killed in an instant. The rest of the people from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other forces who had chased here were also shocked. Once again, they were shocked by Lin Tian's tyrannical combat strength. With a raise of his hand, he shattered the divine arts and laws of the 3/6 heavens of the great Tao cultivators. Then he easily buried all 3 of them. This kind of combat strength shocked everyone. Even the 8th heavens of the great Tao cultivator from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate was no exception. For a moment, these people only felt a chill run down their spines. The dense killing lights that were attacking Lin Tian couldn't help but stagnate. Clang! An ear-piercing sword whistle resounded in all directions. At that moment, Lin Tian took the initiative to move. Streaks of golden sword light appeared around his body. Every one of them was intertwined with a terrifying power. It was as if they could cut down the stars in the universe. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wishes. There was no expression on his face. With a thought, a large amount of sword light spread out in all directions with him as the center. So. The sword light that he slashed out cut through the space at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the remaining dozens of people. For a moment, the sharp sword intent was vast and mighty, causing these people from the 8 major forces to be shocked. Everyone roared and supported their powerful divine abilities and secret techniques to protect themselves. At the same time, they used various footwork to quickly dodge these sword lights. However, the towering sword light that Lin Tian slashed out with the 9 heavens of the great Tao was not something that ordinary divine abilities and secret techniques could block. How could it be so easy to dodge? In just the blink of an eye, The divine abilities and secret techniques that the group of people supported were all crushed. Most of them were sent flying. Among them, 8 people even exploded on the spot, their bodies and souls shattering together. Such a scene could be said to be somewhat terrifying. It caused all the spectators in the distance to tremble and tremble. This is just a casual slash of sword light, but it actually destroyed everyone's divine abilities and secret techniques. With just one strike, he killed another 8 great Tao cultivators. Everyone was shocked. Someone stared at Lin Tian. His eyes couldn't help but twitch violently. Even his lips were trembling. With a trembling voice, he said, Just how terrifying is he? He looks like a young man in his 20s. He doesn't look like some old antique. How can he have such battle prowess? This. At this time, looking at Lin Tian, all the cultivators present were stunned. Many of them felt their hearts turn cold, and they couldn't help but tremble violently. The survivors from the coiling dragon Holy Gate and the other forces were shocked and furious. In just an instant, all 8 of them had lost a great Tao realm expert. D*MN beast. D*MN it. D*MN it. D*MN it. Combine our strength, don't split up. Combine our strength and kill him. We must kill him. If we don't kill him, where will our sex face go? Everyone roared. Kill. The 8th heavens of the great Tao realm expert from the coiling dragon, Holy Gate, charged at the forefront. Kill. 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 Originally, there were 33 people chasing after Huang Xiaolong. However, in just a short while, there were only 21 people left. Their respective forces had suffered great losses, and these 21 people were incomparably furious. At this time, these 20-plus people roared in unison. Divine abilities, secret arts, and grand Taos pressed down on Lin Tian as if they didn't care about the cost. The killing intent was terrifying. With a crack, the void shattered, and the ground sank by 3 feet. Cracks spread rapidly in all directions. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand slightly and pressed down gently. Chi! A crisp sound rang out as all the divine abilities, secret arts, and great Tao laws that were pressing down on him were all shattered. In an instant, everyone's expression changed again. How is this possible? Dozens of experts were shocked. They had activated their divine abilities and grand Taos, and the combined power could easily kill an 8th heavens of the great Tao realm expert. However, in front of Lin Tian, they were so weak. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. His raised right hand trembled, and a large expanse of golden light appeared, turning into rays of sword light that swept out in all directions. In an instant, 3 of the remaining 21 experts suffered. They were directly crushed by the sword light. Their physical bodies and spiritual souls dissipated together, completely vanishing. I gave you a chance to live, but you refused it and insisted on stepping on the road to death. Then, don't blame me for being ruthless. His voice was indifferent. Golden light intertwined beside him. He just stood quietly in place, sweeping his gaze over the last 18 people from the 8 major forces. At this time, the 18 people who survived were all experts. The lowest cultivation was at the peak of the 5th heavens of the great Tao realm. Their combined power was very strong, but he didn't take them seriously at all. It should be known that he was now at the 9th heavens of the great Tao realm. His life origin, grand Taos, and spiritual soul had all been enhanced by leaps and bounds. Even if a cultivator at the early stage of Wuzhen came, he could kill him effortlessly. These people were really weak in his eyes. Clang! The sound of swords clanged. Beside him, rays of golden sword aura appeared, and each sword was intertwined with unparalleled killing power. Little brother! Little brother! Suddenly, an urgent and aged voice rang out. An old man staggered out from the crowd. His cultivation wasn't bad, and he quickly ran toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian tilted his head to look. He was slightly moved, and the golden light around him slowly disappeared. "It's you." He looked at the old man who ran over and was slightly surprised. He remembered that this old man was an old servant of the Yi family. When he sent Yi Tong back, he saw this old man once. The other party seemed to be surnamed Hu. At that time, he heard Yi Tong call this old man Uncle Hu. On the side, the Wuxing crocodile also looked at this old servant, surnamed, with a strange expression. He didn't understand why the other party ran here. An old servant who ran over from afar. His face was much older than 2 months ago. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Lin Tian and tightly grabbed Lin Tian's sleeve, like a drowning person grabbing onto a life-saving straw. "Little brother, I finally found you. I couldn't find anyone to help me. I beg you, quickly go and save the young master. Save the young master." Lin Tian knew that the young master, that old servant who was talking about, was Yi Tong. His face suddenly changed. "What happened to Yi Tong?" he asked. The Wuxing crocodile also couldn't help but ask, "What happened to that little brat?" Old servant who grabbed Lin Tian's sleeve. His old body couldn't help but tremble. 2 months ago, not long after you sent the young master back, Lord Yi Qing and Lord Qinlin were suddenly killed outside. After that, in the Yi family, the young master. Old servant who trembled even more, and tears flowed down his face. The young master's eyes were dug out by someone. Now almost, Lin Tiandao's body shook, and so did the Wuxing crocodiles. At the same time, their faces changed greatly. "What did you say?" the Wuxing crocodile shouted. Lin Tian grabbed old servant whose collar. At this time, he didn't have the time to think about how disrespectful his action was to the old servant. Only coldness filled his face. "Tell me clearly what happened." He had just accepted the #1 disciple, who possessed the sun god's divine eye. Now his eyes were dug out. Good chance. Suddenly a loud shout rang out. The coiling dragon, Holy Gate's 8th heavenly layer Grand Tao realm experts, rushed out. "Kill!" The others roared. At this time they noticed that Lin Tian was completely distracted. Together, they brought out their strongest battle strength. For a moment, the 18 immortal divine abilities and the Grand Tao laws truly fused together, transforming into a destructive torrent that pressed down. It caused the large space to collapse from a great distance, causing the cultivators in the distance to tremble and be greatly shocked. Some of the weaker cultivators were even affected by this violent divine might and were directly blasted more than 1,000 feet away. Die. Being distracted in battle can take your life at any time. Little bastard, let's see how arrogant you can be. The 18 people's gazes were vicious. At this time, the 18 of them had completely merged their killing divine arts and Grand Tao laws. The power that erupted was enough to kill a 9th heavenly layer Grand Tao realm expert in an instant. At this moment, they merged together and pushed the unparalleled killing power that came from the fusion towards Lin Tian. Killing light enveloped the space within 100 zhang. Scram! Lin Tian didn't even turn his head. The reincarnation diagram flew out, and like a bolt of lightning, it flew behind him and suppressed everything in an instant. Pooh! 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 Chapter 950. The bloody mist intertwined in the air. Everyone around was stunned and aghast. 18 great Tao experts were actually defeated in one strike. Everyone stared at Lin Tian. At this moment, they all felt an indescribable fear. Some of them could not help but tremble. Even old servant, who was stunned. His expression froze. He never expected Lin Tian to be so terrifying. Only Lin Tian himself had a gloomy expression. He stared at old servant who in front of him and said coldly, "Tell me what happened." Who dug out Yi Tong's eyes. The #1 disciple he had just accepted not long ago actually had her sun god eyes dug out. One could imagine how angry he was. Old servant who came back to his senses. His aged body trembled again. Li Wanfu must be Li Wanfu. Lord Yi Qing and Lord Qinlin were just killed, and she invited her senior brother. Her senior brother is the leader of a large sect. Previously, he came to the Yi family and young master. At this point, old servant who could not continue. His body trembled even more violently. Tears streamed down his face, and the hatred in his eyes became even more intense. Lin Tian had been to the Yi family once. He knew who Li Wanfu was. She was the wife of this generation's head of the Yi family. He had seen her before. Back then, she had even mocked him and Wuxing Crocodile. Now that he heard this person again, his eyes were filled with coldness. It's that ugly woman. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes were filled with killing intent. Old servant who trembled and grabbed Lin Tian tightly. Hurry up and save young master. Young master can't hold on much longer. Lin Tian's face was gloomy. Golden divine light surged around his body and enveloped old servant Hu. He instantly disappeared from his spot, like a golden bolt of lightning. He rushed in the direction of the Yi family and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Such speed shocked all the surrounding cultivators. Everyone could not help but tremble violently. Wuxing Crocodile's expression was not good either. With a flap of its 5-colored wings, it turned into a 5-colored bolt of lightning and flew away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, only the crowd of spectating cultivators who had rushed over from afar remained. They stared in the direction in which Lin Tian left, then stared in the direction in which Wuxing Crocodile flapped its wings and left. One by one, they trembled, unable to hold back their shock. That crocodile demon beside him is actually so powerful. That speed. Some people were horrified. Lin Tian took old servant Hu and left at an extremely fast speed. The scenery on both sides flew backwards rapidly, as if time and space were disturbed. Wuxing Crocodile flapped its multicolored wings. It was not slow and steadily followed behind. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. A huge mansion appeared in front of them. As far as the eye could see, there were many pavilions and large pavilions in the mansion. Extraordinary spiritual energy interweaved within them. The plaque in front of the main entrance was engraved with a large Yi character. At this moment, the main entrance of the Yi family was tightly shut. It was very quiet inside the Yi family. There were more than 10 people guarding the main entrance. Lin Tian appeared outside the Yi family with old servant Hu. His expression was gloomy as he walked directly into the Yi family. Who is it? Stop right there. Outside the main entrance, more than 10 people stepped forward and frowned to stop him. Lin Tian's footsteps did not change. A huge force spread out and sent the 10 people who came forward flying with a bang. Then the main entrance of the Yi family could not withstand this force and directly collapsed. Even the Yi family mansion on both sides of the main entrance collapsed. For a moment, all the cultivators in the Yi family were shocked. Many people rushed out. What's going on? What happened? Someone shouted. Then, in the next moment, the group of Yi family disciples who rushed out stared ahead and saw Lin Tian. Among them, some of the Yi family disciples saw Lin Tian send Yi Tong back to the clan more than 2 months ago. When they saw him again, they could not help but be stunned. It's him. Some of the Yi family disciples who knew Lin Tian trembled and immediately froze on the spot. At this moment, how could they not know why Lin Tian was here? It was because many people in the Yi family already knew that Yi Tong's eyes had been dug out. Of course, there were also many Yi family disciples who did not know Lin Tian. At this moment, they all rushed forward. However, they soon saw old servant Hu behind Lin Tian and could not help but stop in their tracks. A slightly stronger Yi family disciple stared at old servant Hu and shouted, "Hu Luo, why are you with him? What's going on?" At this moment, old servant Hu was only worried about Yi Tong. His face was full of anxiety, and he did not have the time to care about these Yi family disciples. He pointed at a loft in the Yi family and said anxiously to Lin Tiandao, "Young master is in that loft over there. Quick, let's hurry over. Young master's eyes have been dug out. Young master's breathing is getting worse and worse. He's about to die." Lin Tian's face was gloomy. He immediately walked in the direction old servant who pointed. Whooshing crocodile followed beside him and flapped its wings to catch up. The Yi family's main entrance had been destroyed. Originally, the disciples of the Yi family had cold expressions on their faces. However, when they heard old servant, whose words, they could vaguely tell that Lin Tian was related to Yi Tong. They seemed to have come because of Yi Tong's eyes being dug out. Their eyes flickered, and they did not do anything else for a while. This was because, even though Yi Tong was the young master of the Yi family, she was very polite and respectful to everyone. She was very well liked by the ordinary Yi family disciples. At this time, when they heard about Yi Tong, these ordinary Yi family disciples naturally froze. Lin Tian did not stop them. Under old servant whose lead, they quickly arrived in front of one of the Yi family's lofts. They directly opened the door and walked in. "Young master, young master, old servant has found your master and is here to save you. You will be fine." Old servant, who quickly rushed to the side of a jade bed in the loft. His aged body trembled and tears flowed down his face. "Master, master." A weak voice came from the bed. Lin Tianyi strode to the side of the jade bed. He saw little Yi Tong curled up into a ball on the jade bed. Her originally chubby body had lost a lot of weight. At this moment, she was shivering on the bed. Her small face was pale and her eyes were wrapped in a layer of white gauze. He could vaguely see traces of blood. She looked sickly, as if she would die at any moment. Instantly, his powerful Dao body could not help but violently tremble. 2 months ago, the little girl was still mischievous and cute. She was chubby and her big eyes were bright. But now, she was curled up in the corner of the bed, miserably. Whooshing crocodile naturally saw all of this. Its expression immediately became very ugly. Damn it! It could not help but angrily shout. On the jade bed, little Yi Tong heard the familiar voice of Whooshing crocodile. Her already thin body trembled violently. "Uncle Crocodile, Uncle Crocodile." The little girl trembled. Her childish voice was weak. She tried to stand up and called out, "Master, master." The little girl was very cute. She knew how to respect people and was also very smart. When she heard the familiar voice of Whooshing crocodile, she knew that Whooshing crocodile was here. She also knew that Lin Tian must be here too. Lin Tian quickly reached out and supported the little girl's trembling body. Strands of golden divine light gushed out and enveloped the little girl. "Master is here." When little Yi Tong heard Lin Tian's voice, she trembled even more violently. Her little hand grabbed the air. After a few breaths, she finally grabbed onto Lin Tian's sleeve. She was like a child who had been away from home for a long time and finally saw her only family. Her voice was choked with sobs. "Master, father and mother are both gone." The little girl was crying, but because her eyes had been dug out, blood flowed out of her pupils. Instantly, the white gauze wrapped around her eyes was dyed red. "I can't see." The little girl's face was pale. She looked pitiful. Her small hand, which had lost a lot of weight, clutched Lin Tian tightly. She could not stop trembling. Lin Tiandao's body trembled slightly. His nose was a little sore. His first disciple, his only disciple, was still healthy 2 months ago. She was shouting that she would go out and find him when her cultivation was strong. But now she was in such a pitiful state. The golden divine light on his body became even more intense. He directly activated the nirvana of the sun to nourish the little girl's body. "Don't be afraid. Master is here." He activated the nirvana of the sun and used the light of this divine technique to envelop the little girl. He tried his best to comfort the little girl with a gentle voice. Master will take back what belongs to you in one piece. Beside him, old servant who clenched his hands and said hatefully, after Lord Yi Qing and Lord Qinlin were killed, Li Wanfu's senior brother came. Her senior brother is the leader of a large sect. Because little young master accidentally bumped into him, he dug out little young master's eyes. Now, one of little young master's divine eyes was connected to Li Wanfu's son, Yi Huasheng. The other eye was brought back to the sect her senior brother was in. Speaking up to hear, old servant who trembled, looking at the incomparably weak little Yi Tong. Tears flowed continuously. Little young master, little young master. He was a servant of the Yi family, but normally little Yi Tong, as the little young master of the Yi family, had a revered status. She was very respectful to him and called him Uncle Hu. Now little Yi Tong was treated like this. How could he not hate her? Damn, it can't be wrong. It's definitely that bitch Li Wanfu who planned all of this. The little guy's parents must have also been killed by her outside. She wants to steal the little guy's divine eyes. Wuxing Crocodile was furious and full of killing intent. That bitch. Lin Tian's face was gloomy. He used the golden divine light to envelop little Yi Tong and stop the blood from flowing out of her eyes. At the same time, he continuously nourished her body. He picked up the little girl from the bed. You carry her, he said to Wuxing Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile once said that carrying people would damage its dignity. Back then, it was not even willing to carry Lin Tian because of the side effects of consuming the forbidden baoden. But this time it did not refuse. Its demonic body directly expanded a little. It personally used gentle demonic power to receive little Yi Tong onto its back. Little Yi Tong, hold on tight. As it spoke, it also used its demonic power to stabilize little Yi Tong. Now, since the little guy called it Uncle Crocodile, it naturally had to protect the little guy. Lin Tian looked lovingly at little Yi Tong on Wuxing Crocodile's back. Then he turned around and walked out with a gloomy face. In an instant, a cold killing intent enveloped the entire Yi family.